Hey there, welcome back to Tuburji channel where we turn innovative idea into a real world apps. Today we are diving into building a Bolt.New cloud app using React, Next.js and the power of AI. Imagine creating a lightning fast AI powered app with a sleek, modern design and cutting edge technology just like Bolt.New. Whether you are a pro developer or just getting started, this tutorial will break it down step by step. This full stack SaaS application we are going to build completely from the scratch. So let's walk through the application first. So if you see, we have this beautiful modern design landing screen where you have option to enter what you want to build, and you can also select some suggestion option. So here I will say let's create note taking app. Okay, simple, and we'll click on this button. So if you see, now AI generating some response, and also we got this response with the help of Gemini AI model. On the right hand side, if you see, it's generating the code for us. Our AI response generates what they are going to build and what kind of application, and on the right hand side if you see, our application is now ready. We also integrated this beautiful code editor. Over here you will find all the files folders get created with the help of AI. On the right hand side you have option to edit any of the file, you can open any of the file, you can see the codes. Not only that, but we also have option to preview your application. And here we have this simple and clean application where you can have option to search a node, you can add a new node with some content and simply click add node and your node get added over here. You have option to edit, and all the functionality is developed by AI only. Now if you want to make some changes to your node application, you can just tell to this AI model just make some changes. Let's say you want to add dark theme, so here we say add dark theme and then send it. Now it will send you the response that okay, they will add the dark theme with a toggle feature and everything, and on the right hand side your code or files getting generated again. Once the file is ready with the new updated code, you also have option to run it again. So just click on this one, so it will run your application with the new changes, and then select the preview section, and then here you have dark theme and the light theme. Cool, right? Also I have option to export this one. You can open this particular project on the sandbox mode or click on the export, and then it will open this with the code sandbox where you have option to download this complete project. As soon as you download, it will download into your local machine. You also deploy this application and share the URL with your friends and family. If you come later on, so just click on the profile picture, okay, and then it will open the sidebar with all your old chart, okay. Then you have also option to see your subscription, how many tokens left, okay, and you also have option to buy new tokens, depends on the how many tokens you want. With the help of PayPal payment gateway, we added the payment gateway into our application, and we completely build this application as a SaaS. So you can start earning money with this application. Now if you want to build some different and complicated application, let's start it. So here we'll say create gym management portal dashboard from the suggestion, and then it will give you what they are going to build it. Obviously later on you can tell any changes that you want to make or add to your application, and on the right hand side now your files are getting generated, and boom, your project is now ready with all the components files, all the required information and everything we're gonna learn in this particular course. In the preview section we have this beautiful dashboard with the overview section, all these particular things along with this graph chart as well. Now if you want to tell user, let's add a side navigation bar. So let's tell to this AI model add side navigation bar, okay, with some options, and send this to the AI. Now AI will say okay, they will add all the side navigation bar. So we'll wait to see the new changes, and boom, our application is now ready. You can run these new updated changes, then you can see the preview, and with the existing changes they also added the side navigation bar where you can see the new side navigation features with the new or multiple routing pages option. How cool! With this deploy option you can able to get the link with the deployed application, and it's ready to share as well. And here we have the result. All the application which built with this Bolt.New clone is completely responsive. At the last we are going to deploy our application on a Vercel so that you can share with your friends and family. Then with the help of Convex we're gonna learn how can we store all this data to the database, and that's why we are going to use Convex, because it's much more faster. You will get the real-time updates, and there are a lot of different features, and the most important, very easy to integrate with any web application. So guys, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so you will not miss any update from me. Also press like buttons. The source code of this particular project also available in the description, so just click on that link and you will able to access the source code. Visit tubeguruji.com to access my all the exclusive courses and the source code. And without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this Bolt.New 2.0 clone. So let's create the React application, and for that one we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is the React framework to develop the web application. It provides a lot of different features and it makes to build React application much faster. So simply go to this nextjs.org, and this is the command in order to create the Next.js application. So if you are new to the Next.js, so don't worry, because I'm going to tell you the step-by-step guide to create this application. So first thing, let's go to the folder where you want to create a project, open a terminal or command prompt, and simply type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest we will install the latest version of Next.js application, which is Next.js 15. Click enter, and then it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes. After that you need to give the project name. So here we'll say Bolt.New clone, okay, and click enter. It will ask, do you want to use TypeScript? Say no, because we are going to use a JavaScript throughout the project. After that it will ask, do you want to use ESLint? Say no. The TailwindCSS, obviously we want to use TailwindCSS, so yes to that one. No to source directory, yes to app router, that is very important. And next we have the turbo pack, say no, and the import alias, say no. And then it will install some imported dependency like React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency which is Post.CSS and the TailwindCSS. And if you see, our project is now created. Now simply open a VS Code, and inside the VS Code just simply open a file or folder where you just created that particular project. So in my case it is in the documents, project, Next.js React, and this Bolt.New clone. Say yes, I trust the author, and on the left hand side you will see some of the files and folder get created. Let me walk through each of these folders and file. The most important and very first folder, which is the app folder, in which we are going to write all our code, which contain all the pages which we are going to add and lot of other things. So first thing, if you see the default inside this default application, we have this global CSS, obviously which contain the CSS styling and which is applicable throughout the application. After that we have layout.js, which is very important file. Inside this file you will see some of the font get applied, some metadata. Obviously this metadata is helpful when you want to add SEO for your application, and then the HTML and body tag. Now all your pages are going to render through this body tag and through these children, okay. So each of the pages will come over here and we will render through this children. After that we have default page of our Next.js application, which is page.js. Now once we run the application you will get to know. After that, we have this public folder which contain all the images, logo, all the assets which we want to use it inside our application. Then we have this git ignore. Obviously, whatever the file you want to ignore when you are pushing your code to the GitHub, that file extension or file name you can mention inside this git ignore. Then we have this next.config.mjs file which contain the configuration related to the Next.js application. Then we have package and package log.json which contain the name, version of our application, the script to build the application, to run the application, and the dependency along with their version. Now this package log will help us to maintain this version whenever you move this code to the some other like that. And then we have port CSS and tailwind.config.js file which contain the configuration related to Tailwind. Now over here inside this Tailwind config, whatever the folder you want or in whichever folder you want to apply the Tailwind CSS, make sure that part will be there. Obviously, currently if you see this app, components or page folder contain all these files, so you don't need to mention anything. But right now let's go to the terminal, click new terminal, and over here it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. Simply run your application using the command npm run dev, and if you see your application will run on port 3000, which is the localhost 3000, because you are running locally. Let's open it inside your browser, and then you will find this default page of your application. Now simply let's go to this app folder, and inside the app this is the page.js file which is the default page of our application. Let me clean this out, and I will just put the div app with the empty tag, and over here you will see as soon as I save that code you will see nothing on the screen. Let's write something. So over here we'll say hello world and save it. Now you will see the text hello world. Okay, so that's how guys you can create and run your application. Obviously there are a lot of things that we are going to implement throughout this particular project video course. Now next thing that we are going to implement is this SharedCN UI. The SharedCN is the UI component library based on Tailwind CSS which help us to develop our application much faster. Also it provides a lot of different components, and if you want to implement the dark theme for your application, which we want to implement it because our Bolt.New is in the black theme, right, or a dark theme, and that's the reason the SharedCN is quite helpful to implement that one as well. So first thing you need to do, go to this ui.shadcn.com and simply go to the documentation. Over here you will find this installation section. Select the correct framework, and then first thing you need to do is to initialize this SharedCN. So copy this command. Simply inside the terminal we'll add a new terminal and paste this command over here. Click enter. Then it will ask you, do you want to use any particular style? Right now they have two options, New York or default. I will go with a New York, and then the base color will select neutral. And over here it will ask you, do you want to use CSS variable for a theming? Say yes. And over here you need to see yes, forcefully you need to install. Now this particular pop-up will come up because recently React 19 launched and many of the libraries are not supporting React 19. Okay, so in order to fix that one, simply go to the package.json, and here you need to change this React and React DOM version from 19 to 18. Once you change this one, you need to make sure you need to install that version. So simply inside the terminal type npm install, or the short form is npm I, and then it will update your packages. Now once you install this SharedCN, you will see the new folder get created called lib. Then the component.json file get created which contain the configuration related to the SharedCN, and the last the tailwind.config.js. Inside that you will see the new theme color or variable get added. Obviously anytime you can change this one according to your requirements. Now let's consider you want to use some of the components from the SharedCN. Let's say you want to use button component. Simply go to the SharedCN, go to search for the component which you want to use, and first thing you need to do is to install that component. Now each component from the section, in order to use it you need to install it first. So this is the command and this is the button will look like. Obviously there are some variant over here you will find. Okay, so from the documentation you will get everything. So simply copy this command and inside the terminal I will paste it, and once it is installed you will see the new folder will get create called components, and inside that we have this UI folder. Now all the section component will be inside this UI component only whenever you install. Now in order to use this component I will just type button, and here you will see the suggestion and it is importing from this component UI button. Now simply here we'll say subscribe. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Let's save this one, and if I go back to our application you will see this beautiful button, right? Now this button has a lot of properties if you want to change this variant. Okay, now obviously if you want to know, just refer the document, otherwise you can anytime go to this button.jsx and here you will see this variant option. Even though if you want to change this you can do that as well, you will get fully customized experience with this. Okay, so here I will add a variant as a, let's say, outline. I want out button with outline, and boom, if you see how beautiful this button will look like. Okay, so that's how guys you can implement it. Now the last important part we need to do is to apply the black theme or dark theme for this one. If you go to this Bolt.New, this is how we want to design. Okay, so the theme color is dark throughout the application, and in order to add that dark theme, simply go to this dark theme option in the documentation, select the appropriate framework, and then you need to install this npm install next theme. Make sure to install inside the terminal, inside your application, and then you need to add this theme provider. So in order to add your own provider, we'll create a new folder file inside this app folder called provider.js. Oh sorry, not here, make sure you are doing inside this app folder .js. Make it JSX because throughout the project we are going to use JSX extension, and then I will add default templates. I will just rename this to provider. Now after this it will accept the children, and these children I'm going to render through this div, right? And now this provider you can use it inside your layout. So simply use provider and pass the children inside this component as a props. The reason that we are doing, because inside the layout I don't want to make this layout page on the client side, but inside the provider you can do it by just writing use client at the top of this particular file. Now this file will render on the client side. Let's save this one and let's install this next theme provider. Okay, so I will first install this import statement like this, and simply I will wrap this inside this next theme provider. Okay, also we need to provide this value, so I will just copy and will provide this value to this next theme provider. And over here you will see the default theme. Right now it is applied the system color. Here you can just change this to dark and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the dark theme. Now if I refresh it, you will see we have one error. Just click on this one, and this error is about the hydration fail. Now to fix this issue, sometimes you got this issue, depends on the library to library. So to fix it, go to this layout.js file, and inside here, inside this HTML tag, just type suppress hydration warning and save it. Now if I refresh, you will not get this warning anymore. Recently many developers getting this warning, and it's not that much important, I will say. Just ignore it for now. And the last important thing, I don't want to use this custom font, so I will remove this font and make sure to remove this class name as well from the body tag, and then save it. And here your dark theme automatically depends on your dark theme. the shared CN also update their variable colors, okay, which matches with the dark theme. So you don't need to manually update or apply the light color theme to your components. Now it's time to implement the landing screen for our application, which is the home screen obviously. And if you see as per this mockup, we are going to divide this screen into two different components. The one which is this header component, and other we have this hero section. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so these two components we are going to create, and on the top we have this logo, these two buttons, and on the hero section we have this content. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and I already created a new folder called data inside the root directory, and inside that I have some of the file which contain the predefined value like colors for the label, subheading, background, or lookup file for this suggestion, signing, heading, and everything. Okay, obviously I'm going to share this with you, and also available in the source code and some prompt. Okay, so first thing, inside the root directory I'm going to create a new folder, or we already have this component folder. So inside this component we'll create another folder called custom. Okay, so inside this custom component, whatever the component that we are going to create, we'll keep inside this folder. So first, which is the header.jsx, and then another is hero.jsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Now obviously both these components we need to add on the home screen. So let's go to this page.js file, and this header obviously we want throughout the application, so we'll keep it inside this layout.js file. So simply inside this provider, let's add it inside this provider.jsx, and we'll add header component like this and save it. And then we want to add a hero section on the home page, so I will remove this content, we don't want it, and we'll simply add this hero component as well. Let's save it and let's go back to our application, and here you will see the header and the hero component is displaying on the screen. Now let's do one thing, let's implement the header first. So let's go to this header, and first thing that we want to do is to show the logo. So we'll add this image tag from the next/image, and it has the source property, we need to provide the source. So inside this public folder I have this logo.png, so I'm going to use this logo.png file. So simply we'll say /logo.png. You don't need to provide the complete path. Let's give the alt tag as a logo, and then we'll add a width 240, height 240, and save it. See, we'll also give some style. So for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to 4. Perfect. Now on the right hand side we want to add two buttons. Okay, so if I go to this mockup, we have this sign in and get started button. So let's add that one. So we'll add a div first. Inside the div we'll add a button tag from the shared CN, one which is the sign in, and other which is get started. Okay, so right now it's displaying just below to this one. Obviously we want on the right hand side. So for this div we'll make it flex, and then we'll make it justify between. Also we'll add item to be in the center, so it will come vertically in the center. Then for this div we'll add a class name flex, gap of 5. Perfect. Now let's change this color. So for this button I will apply the style. I am applying this instead of class name, I am applying the style because I want to apply the dynamic color, right? The color, I am getting this color from the layout, so we'll say background color, and we'll use this colors dot blue. See, okay, obviously if you want to use class name, you can also add the class name as well. So over here we'll say class name and simply make text white. See, okay. Now same thing we're gonna do for the sign in. For the sign in button we'll add a class name, or let's do one thing, instead of class name we'll add a variant, and we'll say ghost because it has a ghost variant for this button, and you will see this ghost variant. If I hover on this one, you will see this background effect. Okay, and that's how our header is now ready. Now let's implement the hero section. Now for the hero, let's go to this hero.jsx file. First thing, we'll add an h2 tag, and we want to give that heading which is inside this lookup dot. Let me see where it is. So we'll use lookup dot hero heading. Okay, so inside this lookup.jsx file, which is this constant strings, I have this hero heading and a hero description. Okay, so that value I added. If I save it, you will see. Okay, so over here it's saying import redundant. Okay, so it has the one library that I'm using inside the lookup called redundant or somewhere, but let's install using this npm I, and with didn't. Okay, so it will install. I hopefully we are not getting any error, and you will see this text is displaying on the screen. Now for this div, we're gonna add some style, so we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex column, then we'll make text to be in the, or let's avoid this for now, but here we'll make item to be in the center, and we'll give margin top to 56, and we'll give gap to 2, and then save it. If I go back, you will see the text is rendering in the center of the screen. Over here we'll change this margin, so let's add margin top to 36, and when this extra large screen, we'll give margin top to 52. Okay, after this for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name. Here we'll simply add text is already in the center, so we'll give font bold, and text is of 4XL. Perfect. Then we'll add a p tag for the description, so here we'll say lookup dot hero description. We'll give the class name, we'll give text gray 300, then we'll make font medium, and then save it. Let's make it gray 400. I think that's much better. And then we want to add the text area where user can enter the details. Okay, and if you see, this text area is fully customizable. Okay, so we want to add according to our needs. So simply I'm going to add a div tag. So let's add a div tag first. Inside div we'll add an input tag, and inside the input tag we'll add a placeholder, and we'll simply say lookup dot input placeholder. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this placeholder where user can able to enter the text. Instead of input, let's try to use a text area, so it's a little bit bigger, and also I want to use button, so over here we'll add a button as well. So simply I want to add arrow right button. For this button we'll add a class name, we'll add a background blue, let's say 500, then we'll make padding to, let's say, 2, we'll also add height to 8, width to 8, and then we'll make rounded corner to medium, and we'll make cursor pointer. If I go back, this is how it looks. Now we want both the things in one line, so for this particular div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll give gap of, let's say, 3. Okay, perfect. Let's make it 2 only. Now again I'm going to wrap this in one more div because we want to show some other content. So let me format this and then save it. Now if I go back, if I show you this, we have this link tag. Okay, so that's why we want that extra div. Now over here we'll add a class name, we'll add padding to 3, and this is how it looks. But before that, let's apply some styling to this text area. So we'll add a class name. We don't want that outline, so I will remove this outline, none. We'll make a background to be transparent. We'll make width to full, but we also want give height to 32. Okay, we'll also provide the maximum height. Okay, if you want to provide, you can. And also make sure you will provide the resize none, so user will not able to resize it. Okay, over here instead of 3 we'll make this 5. We'll add a border, we'll make a rounded XL. Then we'll add a maximum size, so maximum width to XL, and then change this background. So over here let me do width to full and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Let's give some margin from the top, so margin top to 3. Perfect. Okay, where user can now able to type. Okay, and obviously we have the scroll bar because we provide the maximum height for this one. And the last, as I say, we want to add the one more called link. So let's add a div first over here, and then we'll add a link from icon from the Lucid React. Okay, let's save it and let's how it looks. I think it's much bigger. I will change this class name height to 5, width to 5. Perfect. Okay, now one more important thing that we want to implement: whenever user type, then only we want to show this button. Okay, so obviously I'm going to hold one or mention one state called user input comma set user input is equal to use state. Okay, and whenever user type something, it means on the text area we want to add on change method. Okay, it will emit the event, and then we'll simply set the user input, and we'll get the whatever the value user enter using this event dot target dot value. Okay, and once we have this value, simply we will write the method if user input is not there, if user input is there, then only show this arrow right means the button, and save it. So obviously we are using the use state, and use state cannot be used on the server side because that is a React hook. So let's make this component on the client side. And if you see right now the button is not showing, but as soon as I enter, you will see this button. If you want to make this button little larger, let's make this height to 10, and I think that's good. And if I type make tic tac toe game, and that's how button will visible. Also, as per this Bolt site, right, we want to give these suggestions. Okay, where user can just enter it, click it, and it will generate the application immediately, right? User don't need to even type anything. So for this suggestion, inside this lookup.jsx, I have this suggestion field which contain which is the array of all the suggestions. So let's use that and implement it. So just outside of div, I will add one more div. Inside that we'll say lookup.suggestion.map. Here we'll say suggestion comma index and the arrow function. I will use the h2 tag, and inside that we'll simply display the suggestion. If I save it, you will see the list of suggestion. This error indicates that you need to provide the key property. So for this h2 tag, we'll provide the key as an index because index every time will be unique. Now for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex and make flex wrap. Okay, so over here I will make flex wrap and then save it. Perfect, right? But you need to mention some minimum width. So I will give the same width, that same maximum width like this. So I will just display over a maximum, paste it over here saying maximum width to 2XL, and then it will come down. Let's add item to be in the center, so it will be in the, okay, let's make justify center, I think, and it will be in the center. So let's apply some styling. So for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name. We'll add a padding to 1, padding x to 2, and we'll add a border. We'll make it rounded, full, and then save it. Boom. See how beautiful it's looking. Obviously we need to give some gap. So over here we'll add gap of 3, so some space, something like this. For this h2 tag we'll make text extra smaller, so just provide the XS. Okay, I think let's make it small only instead of XS, extra small. I think that's much better. And the last, the text color. Okay, so I will give text is of gray, something like, let's make it 400. Let's see how it looks. And whenever I hover on this any of the color, it will change to white. So on hover, so it has a method, or we can add a condition like this. On hover we want to change to white. See, okay. Also add a cursor pointer, so we'll add a cursor pointer. Boom, beautiful, right? Now obviously once user enter or click on any of this one, we want to navigate to the new page, but we need to make sure that this value we are going to pass. And same thing, whenever user enter something and on the click of this button, we want to store that value in some state or some value, right? Or some, I don't know, but yeah, somewhere we need to store it, right? So that on the next page we want to pass to this AI to get the result. And one more last important thing that we want to implement, that we want to change the background color of this particular input, right? If you see this Bolt website, you will see this change. Okay, so that what we want to implement. And quick thing, the maximum width that we give, I will just make it Excel. Okay, for this div we'll add some gap, so margin top to 5, let's make it 8. Perfect. And let's change the background. So for this particular div, for complete div, I will change this background. So let's add in a style, because I have this background color from the colors dot background, and boom, now that's look much similar to what we have inside this Bolt.New. If you want to change the height, you can update it, it's up to you. Okay, but right now I will keep as it is. Now in order to save this value, simply let's go back to this hero. Over here I'm going to define one method called constant, and here we'll say on generate, and we'll add this arrow function. Now this value we want to whatever the user enter, okay, that value we want to share it across the application. And in order to do that, either we can pass to the each of the component, or there is another helpful concept called context. So with the help of context, we can share this value across the application. So simply, in order to create the context inside this root directory, we'll create a new folder called context, and we'll keep all the context in this folder. And inside that we'll say messages dot context dot jsx. Simply, in order to create, you will say export constant messages context is equal to create context, and that's how your context is now ready. Now obviously, in order to make it useful, or in order to use it, first thing you need to do, go to this provider.jsx and wrap your application inside this context. So here we'll say messages context dot provider, and wrap your application, and to this provider you need to pass the default value. So let's define this default value called messages comma set messages is equal to use step, and here I'm gonna pass this over here and then save it. Now obviously, wherever you want to use this context, simply import it first. So I will simply say constant and then use curly braces instead of square braces. Okay, and then add these messages comma set messages is equal to use context. Okay, and then you need to provide the context name. So in this case you need to add this messages context, that's all. Okay, and now inside this on generate I'm going to accept the input. Okay, so whatever the user entered, that input I'm going to accept, and then we'll set the messages with a role. Obviously user is entering this value, so we'll say user, and then content, which is nothing but the user entered value. Okay, now this on generate I'm going to attach to this button. So whenever we click on this button, we want to attach on that button. So let me bring this down. Over here I will add on click method, and simply I'm gonna call on generate, and here we'll pass user input. Okay, and also on the click of the suggestion, when we user click on any of these suggestions, right, then also we want to add on click. So simply on h2 tag we'll add on click method. Here we'll say on generate, and then simply pass these suggestions. Okay, obviously whichever user click on the suggestion, that suggestion value that we are going to pass. Now when your user enter, click on this one, it's gonna save inside the messages context. And obviously later on we are going to implement the logic and everything, but for now I hope you understand until this point. If you have any question, any doubt, feel free to ask me on my Discord channel. Now next we are going to add an authentication inside our application. Now once user enter the input and try to click on this button, generate button, or any of these option, we will check if user is already authenticated or not. If user is already authenticated, then we are allowing user to generate the response. But if user is not authenticated, then we need to redirect user to the sign in or sign up screen, where user can log in with the Gmail account. And then if user is new, then we are going to save user information to our database. And this is how our mockup will look like, where we're gonna show the pop-up message, and on this one we're gonna give option to the user to sign in with the Google. Quite easy, but it's quite easy to configure with the Google as well. So first thing, we need to add a condition in order to open this dialog. So we want to add a dialog as well. So in order to do that, first thing we're gonna create a new context. So in that one, this context will help us to share the user detail information. So simply inside this context, we'll create a new file called user detail context.jsx. Inside here, we'll simply say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Cool, right? And then save it. Now similar like a message context, we need to wrap our application inside this user detail context. So simply go to the provider.jsx file, and inside this message provider, just above this one, we'll add user detail context.provider. Obviously here we're gonna provide the default value, and then wrap your application inside this provider like this. Now let's add a default state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and we're going to pass this value inside this provider and then save it. Okay, now inside our hero section over here we want to check, so we're gonna use this state is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Okay, and before setting the message or generating the response, over here we'll say if user detail dot name, for example the username is not there, then it will return nothing. And then over here we want to open the dialog. Now in order to open the dialog, we'll maintain one state. Here we'll say open dialog comma set, or we'll say open login dialog, or just dialog set open dialog is equal to use state, and initially we'll make this as a false. And now whenever user detail is not there, we'll mark it as a set open dialog to true. Now we want to add a dialog obviously. Now in order to add a dialog, we'll use a shared CN component called dialog. So if you scroll down a little bit, here you will find an option called dialog. Now on the click of this one, this is how the dialog will open. Very easy to use it. First you need to install this dialog. And then once the dialog added, you need to import these statements. So just copy this and we're gonna create a new component. So inside this custom component, we create a login dialog or sign in, or we'll say sign in dialog, sign in dialog.jsx, add a default template, and I will import this statement over here. Okay, we are keeping this dialog in a separate file, and over here we'll copy this dialog as well, and let's go back over here and we'll paste it over here. Okay, let's save this one, and obviously we don't want this trigger. Now this trigger, what it will do, it will open this dialog, but we want to open the dialog on this particular condition, right? So just remove this dialog trigger, and it will accept the field called open dialog, and then for this dialog it has a option property called open, and to this one we'll say open dialog. If you pass it as a true, it will open the dialog. If you pass it as a false, then it will just close the dialog. Okay, let's save it. And obviously once you add this dialog over here, you need to import inside the hero section or hero component. So over here we'll say sign in dialog and make sure to pass the open dialog. Now in this case we gonna pass this state called open dialog. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I click, this one. So if I click anything and click enter, so nothing is happening. That's weird. Let's go to the inspect panel, and inside the console we'll see is there any issue. Oh, just refresh this app once, and if I type something and click it, if you see, the dialog is now open. Right now if you see, I'm not able to close this dialog right on the click of this one, because we did not make this open dialog to false anywhere. So to do that, let's go to this dialog, and inside here it has a method called onOpenChange, and simply we're gonna say set open, or we'll say set, or we'll say close dialog, and we're gonna pass this method back to the parent component, and inside hero here we'll say close dialog, we'll say value, and we'll set open dialog to false, and then save it. Okay, obviously if you want to you pass v, it will pass it as a false because this value has a false value. And if I run this, open the dialog, click on this one, it will close it again. See, and it's also work on any of this suggestion as well. Okay, so that's how it works. Now next thing, we want to update the content similar like this one. So let's do that. So let's go to this sign in dialog, and we don't want this title, but you cannot remove this dialog title. So just remove this text, and everything I'm gonna implement inside this description. So first thing, for this dialog description, we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex column, and we'll make justify center. For inside this h2 tag, from the lookup dot sign in heading, I will add save it, and let's open this. This is how it will look like. Let's do one more thing. I will wrap this complete or all of this inside the one div tag. Let's remove this description as well. Let's try to add item to be in the center. Now it is in the center of the screen. That's good. Let's apply some styles. So I will add a class name, font bold, text 2XL. I think that's much better. Over here I will add text white. Let's open this one. Perfect. Okay, similar like this one. Then we have this description. So for the description, we'll add a p tag. Let me close this. and we'll say lookup dot sign in subheading. We'll add a class name, margin top to 2, and then we have this description as well. Let's make text to be in the center. So it will be in the center of the screen. Perfect. I don't think so this is in the center, so let's apply text center. Perfect. And then we want to show this sign in with a Google button. So let's add the button component. Here we'll say sign in with Google. Here we'll add a class name. We'll make background blue. Let's say 500. We'll make text white and save it. Perfect. Obviously on hover we want to change. So on hover I will make background blue 500 or make it 400. Perfect. Let make put this in the center of the screen. So okay, so the thing is we apply the class name to this description. Let's apply to this particular div, so it will be in the center, and then you can add margin top to 3. I am also going to add a gap to 3, so it's equal. Perfect. And the last, if you see, we have this agreement text, that's also I'm going to add. So after this button we'll add a lookup dot sign in agreement text and save it. Perfect. If you think you can increase this font size, okay, little bit. So here I will make text large, or let's make it as a, keep it like this only, okay. And then we have this beautiful sign in option. Now next, after implementing this, we want to add the sign in with Google functionality, where user can select the Gmail account in order to log in into our application. So to implement this one, we are going to use this React Auth Google library, which is quite easy to integrate and it's very helpful if you want to add your own custom authentication. So simply first thing you need to do is to install this library using this command. So copy this command and inside the terminal I will clear this one and will paste it here. So it will install this React Auth Google library. After this one, you need to, if you scroll down a little bit, you need to wrap your application inside this Google Auth provider. So let's copy this as it is, and inside your provider.jsx file, in to this root of it, you can just wrap your complete application like this. Now over here you need to provide the client ID. Now the question is from where you can generate this client ID, right? So in order to get the client ID, you need to use you need to go to this Google Cloud Console. Now it's completely free, okay, in order to generate this authentication client ID. And once you are on the Google Cloud, click on this API and services option. On this one, you will see this credential section, click on it, and then you will see the option called create credential and click on auth client ID. Then select the application type as a web application, give the name. So here we'll say Bolt.New 2.0 authentication. Then you can add the restriction to your URI, okay. Now in our case, we are currently working in local, so you can just add the local URI, and for redirect as well, you can add the local only. And once it is in production, make sure to add the production URL and simply click create. Once it create, you will see the client ID and client secret. Do not share with anyone and don't use mine, okay. I'm gonna change this later on anyway. Just copy this client ID and obviously you will see this Bolt.New authentication over here, right? Once you copy this client ID, go back to your project. Over here, let's create a new file called .env.local, and inside this we'll create a new environment variable called next public Google _ authentication and is equal to and paste this client ID key, or here we'll say Google auth client ID key. Okay, now I'm using this next public because whenever you are using environment variable on the client side, make sure to add this next public in front of any environment variable name. Now copy this and simply use it here. So here, in order to use it, you need to write process.env and this particular key and then save it. After this, if I go back to this particular example, you will see there are multiple options that you can implement. You have sign in with Google, one tap solution, and there are a lot of other example. But if you scroll up here, you will see the demo on how to use fetch user detail. So just click on this example and they provide the best and simplest example. Click on this authorization and over here you will see the authorization code flow, or you can choose this implicit flow as well. Okay, on the implicit flow is very straightforward and you will get what you need. First thing, you need to use this particular method. So I will just copy this all of this information, go back to your application and inside the sign in dialog, so where we have this dialog which we created, and inside I'm gonna paste this Google login like this. Okay, now make sure to import this Google login. Then if you see from this particular Google API, it fetching the user information, but is using this library called Axios, which is HTTP client library. It uses to fetch the make or create a request from any API. So first install this Axios library using npm i-axios and click enter. So make sure to install, and then over here it will generate the token response as soon as your login is successful, and here you need to pass that access token. So simply I'm going to use token response dot access token, and then here you will get the user information. Now once you get this user information, you need to save in our user detail context. So let's add that context first. User detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail context, and in order to save it we'll set user detail, here we'll say user info dot data. So this user information we are passing, that's all. And one last important thing, we need to also close the dialog box as soon as user login successful. So here you can set the close dialog to false and attach this Google login to our sign in with Google button. So simply for this button I will add on click method and then I will call this Google login. Let's save it and let's test this out. And quick thing, don't forget to I think I forgot inside the provider, make sure to import this Google provider, okay, from this React auth Google. So I will also open the inspect panel just to check whether we are getting the response or not. So click on any of the text, or here we'll say hi or whatever, click on this button, here you will getting this pop-up, click on sign in with Google and boom, we got the options to select the Gmail account. Select the any account, and once you select the account, obviously we are getting an error, but over here we got the access token and everything. Obviously we forgot to import the Axios. We installed the Axios but we did not import it, so make sure to import this Axios, okay, at the top and then save it, and let's try it again now. So I will sign in with Google, select the account, and boom, if you see the dialog close and inside the data we got the email, the complete name, picture and everything. Now again if I try to click over here, it will not work because we are already checking if user has the information or not inside the context, right? But the problem is here, if I refresh this, obviously the context is now empty, and if I click again, it will again ask you to sign in, right? And this is the problem. Now in order to resolve this issue, we need to make sure we will save this inside our database, right? If user is new, and from the database we'll get to know if user is already there or not, and depends on that one we're gonna show this dialog or hide the dialog. So the next thing, we'll set up a database so that we can save the user information as soon as user log in to our application. Now let's set up a backend for our application where we can save all our data into the database. And for that one, we are going to use a Convex database, which is the perfect database for our application where we can get the real-time updates. It also have a lot of different features. It's a serverless functions, and most important, very easy to integrate. Also, it's free to use, and you have the free tier where for a hobby or for a starter, this is the perfect database for you. Now the first thing you need to do is to create an account and log into the Convex. Once you log into the Convex, you will jump on the dashboard. It will look like this. Here you have option to create a project and give the project name. So I will say Bolt.New clone and then say create. Now your project is created, and this is the database where you can see the you have option to create a table. You will see your functions, files. It also have feature for schedulers, and you can also check how everything is going. Is any API call or any query is fail or not? Everything you can check over here. But the thing is, again, go to the Convex, and on the Convex, I will put the link in the description for the documentation, which is very important. So simply go to the documentation, under the quick start, make sure to select the Next.js. Under the Next.js, the first thing you need to do is to install the Convex. So I will copy this command, go back to your application. Let me close all of this tab for now, and here I will paste this Convex command. Next, once the Convex is installed successfully, you need to run the Convex. So by using command npx convex dev, it will ask to choose the project. Now we already created the project through the Convex dashboard, so I will select this, choose an existing project. Here make sure to select the correct project and click enter. And right now if you see, it's showing that Convex function is now ready. When you run this Convex dev and install the Convex, you will see inside your project the new folder get created called Convex. Inside the Convex we have this API.js and lot of other file which is obviously generated by the Convex. We are not going to touch that any of the file for now. Now the next thing is you can directly insert the record to the database, okay, by using this command, and you can get the data. But we're gonna use the schema method where you can create the, or you can write the schema and it will generate the table for you. That schema is very important when you are writing the query or fetching the data. So let's do that. So first thing, go to this Convex folder and make sure you are inside the Convex folder. Add a new file called schema.jsx, and inside here we'll say export default define schema, and make sure it is imported. Inside that you need to provide the table name, so I will say users because we want to save the user information, and here you need to write define table. Now whatever the value you want to, or whatever the column name you want to provide, just provide that, and also provide the type of the column. Make sure this value v is importing from this Convex value. Then we'll say v string, then we'll say email as v dot string, then we want to save the picture as v dot string again, and then we also want to save the user ID which we are going to pass. So I will pass it as a v as a string, okay, and save it. Now here if you did not get any error inside the terminal, it means your schema is correct. Then let's go back to the Convex dashboard and I will just refresh this. So right now if you see, it's not showing any schema for now. The reason is, if I go to the documentation, you need to wrap your application inside this Convex provider, okay, in order to make it work as well. So right now if you see, the schema did not create it, it's supposed to create automatically. So the problem is here, we gave the extension as JSX. Let's rename to JS only, okay. And now it's saying the Convex deployed successfully, and then you will see the table, okay. I will just rename this to users only, and let me refresh this, and you have this users table created, okay. So make sure the file name either is ts or js only and not the jsx. Now once your users table created, then it's time to write the function in order to create a new record. So before that, if I go to the documentation, you need to wrap your application inside this Convex provider so that you can use the query or the mutation. So first thing, I will also add this Convex provider. So let's copy this Convex provider, and also you need to create the Convex client provider. So we need to create a new file for that. So let's go to this app folder. Inside the root directory, we'll create convex provider.jsx. I will add a default template, and inside this we'll pass the children and then save it. Now obviously these children I'm going to render over here. Now this is similar like a provider which we already created, and inside this convex provider I will copy everything as it is. So let's copy over here. Make sure to import this convex provider and make sure to add this convex refer. So you define this convex, and here we have this convex URL which is accessing from the next published convex URL. Now when you import and run the convex dev, inside your .ini.local file, it also added these two variables. One is convex deployment and another is convex URL automatically, okay. So that's what we referred. Make sure to import this convex React client. So I will just make sure it is get imported. So copy this import statement as well along with this use client and then paste over here, okay, and then save it. Now you need to add this convex client provider inside your layout. So simply I will add convex client provider like this, wrap it here and then save it. Now make sure your application is running smoothly. Now next thing, you need to write the function. So in order to add a new user inside the convex, we'll create a new file called users.js, and inside this user.js we'll write a method in order to create a user. So simply we'll say export constant create user is equal to mutation, because we want to add a record. So that's why I added mutation. Inside the mutation we need to first provide the arguments. So for the arguments, there are few arguments that we are going to provide. One is name, which is of type string. So we'll add v dot string. Then email is of type v dot string. Then we want to add a picture is v of type string, and the last the UID, which is again type string. Now all of this information or documentation you will find under this Next.js. Obviously you can find it here, or if you scroll down inside the database as well, you can see how to read or write a data, and inside this React section, inside the app router as well, if I go, you will find all of this information, okay. Now this documentation is quite rich. I will put the link in the description so that you can see how to implement all of these features. Now after this arguments, let's add a handler. Now let's add async, and it has a ctx, okay, comma arguments, and then arrow function. Inside here, first we'll check if user already exists, okay, and if not, then add new user, okay. So in order to check if user is already exist or not, we'll say constant user is equal to await ctx dot db. Now it has a reference db dot query because we want to fetch the record. And if I write it, okay, so let me show you again. So over here I'm getting suggestion that we have the user schema and from our user table, and from that one we need to filter out, okay. Now we need to only filter on the email column. So when we create the table, you will see inside the user, and if I click on add document, you will see these all four fields, right. So over here we'll say fill q as I'm getting this a lot of suggestions. So here we'll say q dot equal to, and inside that we'll say q on the field, and you need to provide on which field you want to provide. So the first is email equal to arguments dot email, and once we have provide this, we'll say collect because we want to collect that all the records, okay. And now we have the user information. You can even console this log, okay, and you can just print this user information. Now over here you will see if user if user that's weird dot length, if it's is equal to 0 means if user don't have or user is not available, then we're gonna insert a new record. So here we say constant result is equal to await ctx dot database dot insert in the users table, and then we'll provide a value which we want to insert. The first, which is name, from the arguments, then the picture, obviously argument dot picture, we want to add email from the arguments dot email, and then uid, which is the user id we can say, and then arguments dot uid. You can return the result and it will return the inserted record id, okay. And this is our create user mutation function is now ready, okay. Now if I go to the component, which is our sign in dialog, right, inside that, as soon as we got the user information, we can save inside our database. So simply over here I will define constant user is equal to user info, okay, so that user info dot data, so that all the user information will be available inside this user. Now first thing, in order to use the mutation, you need to define this mutation first. So over here we'll say constant create user, you can give any name over here, and but make sure to add this use mutation, and then provide the which mutation you want to use. So using this API dot users dot create user, this mutation we want to use, right. And then over here we'll simply save it. Now we'll say await because this is a mutation, right, and then we'll say create user, and inside that you need to provide the arguments, the name, which is the user dot name, then we want to provide the email, which is user dot email, picture, which is user dot picture, and the last is user id, which we can generate from the unique id. Now in order to generate the unique id, we'll use this package called uuid4. We generate the unique identifier, okay. So let's install this. So just type npm I uuid4 and we generate the unique identifier. So here we'll say uuid4, and that's all, okay. And make sure you will use this optional operator like this, and then save it. Now as soon as you save this information into your database, make sure to save this users basic information to the local storage as well, so that whenever user refresh the screen, we can get the data from the local storage, and also we will verify that user is exist or not. Okay, it's a kind of extra security for our application. So simply here we'll add a condition first. If type of window is not equal to undefined, then we'll simply set the local storage, we'll say local storage dot set item as a user, but make sure that you will convert this JSON object to a string. Okay, so I use JSON.stringify. That's all. So I think we are good. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go back to our application, go to this inspect panel, and if we get any error, we'll get to know. So simply I'm going to add some text. Obviously if you click O on this button or this, doesn't matter. Here you have option to sign in with Google. I will select the account, and then if you see the data got inserted, it will return the ID. If I go to the our database, here you will see the new record with the email name, picture, UID and all, right? Not only that, but we also store inside our local storage. So go to this application, and inside the application we have this user information. See, perfect, right? That's how easily we add it. Now one of last important thing we need to do is to verify user and then update our contacts. So inside the provider, every time whenever user refresh the screen, we have to make sure our user is inside our database. So over here we'll say constant is authenticated. So this method I'm gonna write over here. Now first we'll check if type of window is not equal to undefined. Now in Next.js, look, you cannot directly add the local storage value or get the data from the local storage. First you need to make sure you are defining this window type is not undefined, and then only you can check it. So over here we'll say constant user is equal to local storage dot get item, and we'll say user. Now obviously this value will be in the form of string, so I will just convert this, or I will parse this into a JSON. Okay, and then we need to fetch from database. Okay, so in order to fetch the record from the database, first go to the users inside the Convex, and here we are gonna write a new function in order to read the data from the Convex database. It's quite easy. So export constant get user is equal to, here we'll say query because we are just fetching the record, and then it will take one argument called email. Even though if you did not put the value, that's completely fine. Then add a handler, we'll say async, it has a ctx, and then arguments and the arrow function. And if you remember, we already have the query, okay, which will fetch the user, and we'll simply return the record. Okay, don't forget to return, and here we'll say user of 0 because we want to fetch the 0th element. Now once we have, let's save it, and now you can use this get user. Now you want to use get user inside this method. Okay, so you cannot directly define at the top and use it. So you can use the convex hook from the convex react, and then you can define over here. So inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query. So here we'll say query, and then you can provide API dot users dot get user, and then inside this you can provide the email with user dot email. Obviously from the local storage we'll get the email, and then you just pass that one. Now is authenticated, we're gonna call inside the use effect. So inside the use effect, let's go. Obviously we want to execute this use effect only once, and then we'll call this is authenticated. Okay, and obviously right now I will just console the result. Obviously this particular comment should be here, and let's go back. Obviously we got one error. It's saying did you forgot npx convex dev or deploy. Okay, so we have one error. So we have an error. If you see, it's saying the email is not defined. So over here might be we need to provide the type. Okay, and now if you see, it's ready. I don't think so now we have any error. So if I refresh it, now we are good on this one. But obviously on the provider we call this use effect. So inside the console we have an object with the all the data, right? And obviously it is fetching from the convex only. Now once we have this data, simply save it in our state, because we already have this user detail state. So I'm gonna simply set the user detail as a result, and that's all. Because throughout the application we can use this user detail information whenever we require, and that is directly we are getting from our Convex database, not even from the local storage. It's just to check the email, and that's the reason we use local storage. Other than that, we are all everything fetching from our Convex database. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. If you confuse anywhere, feel free to ask on the Discord channel. We have a great community. Everyone, many of the developers are ready to help you, and I'm always there for you. Now it's time to save the user input to our database. And whenever user enter anything or any prompt or click any suggestion directly, then we need to make sure it will save into our database, and it will also generate the unique ID once it is inserted to our Convex database. Now obviously for that one we need to create a new table called Workspace. So simply I will go to the Convex folder, and inside this schema we'll add a new schema called Workspace. We'll define the table with some column. So first column I will say messages. So this is nothing but the user chat messages that we are going to add, or we can just rename this to, let's say, chat, but we use messages already, so I will just use the messages only. And then we can define is of type any, because I want to save here the JSON object. Okay, so that's the reason I use this message.any. After this we'll use a file data, so which contain the generated code. So here again this will be the any, but initially it might be an empty, so I will make this an optional fill. So we'll say v.optional, and we'll wrap this over here. Okay, so make sure if you want to make an optional column inside your Convex, you just need to mention it as optional. And the last, the user, it nothing but the we are just connecting these two tables, so who added this particular field. So we'll say v.id, and inside that you need to provide the table name. So in this case we'll say users, and then save it. As soon as you save, you will see, let me refresh the screen, the new table get created called Workspace. And inside this Workspace, if I click on add document, you will see these two fields. One is message and one is user. The another is not showing because it is an optional field. So let's write a function for this Workspace so that we can add and data. So inside the Workspace we'll create a new file called workspace.js, and inside here we'll simply add export constant create workspace, and inside here obviously this is a mutation because we are inserting the record. Here we'll take an argument. The first argument will be the messages is of type any, so we'll say v.any. Then we want to save the user information which is of type id, and obviously we are going to connect this to the users table. After that, we'll provide the handler with an ctx and arguments and the arrow function. Now inside here we'll just insert the record. So we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and then you need to provide the table name. So I got the suggestion, one is user and one is workspace. Obviously we want to use workspace and we want to insert a record to a workspace, and then you need to provide the data. So first is message, so obviously we'll get it from argument dot messages, and then the last is user, obviously that also we are getting from the arguments dot user. So over here, just quick thing, here I added the message. I will make this as a messages, okay, because there are a lot of messages that we are going to store, and over here as well I will update these two messages. Also make sure you will change this to async because we are using await, and once you get the result you can simply return this result. Now this result contain an ID, okay, or here I will just change this to workspace ID. Okay, so this workspace ID will generate and will return back on the front end side so that we can use that ID. Now let's go to the our landing screen. So inside the component where we have the hero section, and as soon as user add the or set the message, right, where user enter it and click on the submit button kind of thing, then we need to store that into our database. So let's define that mutation first. So at the top I will simply add constant create workspace is equal to use mutation, and inside that we'll provide API dot workspace dot create workspace, and then inside here we'll add set, here we'll just simply say await. Let's add a constant workspace ID is equal to await create workspace, and inside here we'll provide the data. So the first thing is the user. Now this user information obviously you can get it from the user detail because we are already saving. So here we'll say user detail dot underscore ID, okay, because that's what the field is, and then we need to say messages. So for the messages I'm gonna simply add the list, so that's the reason I'm adding like this. Obviously it's the same thing, so I will just copy and paste it here, okay. Or maybe you can write constant message is equal to paste this paste this over here, and then you can simply add, okay. So this is the best way that you can also do this. As we are doing running this create workspace only when you are on landing screen and creating a new record, right? The reason is you don't need to push anything, just this is the first message that you are pushing, so that I just added to this array. And also let's make this as async. So don't be confused guys over here, this is very important. And once you get this workspace ID, I will just console this workspace ID as well, and then we'll add a router. So obviously we need to define the router first in order to navigate to the new screen. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and make sure it is importing from the next/navigation. Now once you import the router, obviously we want to navigate, so here we'll say router dot push, and obviously we are going to create a new route called workspace, and to that route we're gonna add the workspace ID as well. So this will be a dynamic route. Let's save this and let's go back to our application. Now let me refresh this once. Now even though if I type something or enter on this particular button, it will execute. Here we'll say create to do app, and I will open the inspect panel as well. If you get any error, then we'll get to know, and we'll say next. As soon as you say next, you will see that it redirect to this workspace, and you got the ID as well. Obviously the page is not showing, it's showing as a 404 because this page is not exist yet. We did not added this workspace route, but the main important thing that it generated this ID. It means our record get inserted to a workspace. And if you see, this is the file data, obviously it's empty, but under the message, whatever the message we wrote, that message is showing along with the role who entered this message and the ID of this particular record. Obviously, if you click on this user, obviously it is connected to the user only. Okay, so if I hover on this one, you will see the user information. So that's how, guys, you need to add a record in order to create the workspace ID at very first time. Next, we want to implement the workspace layout. Now, first thing, we need to add the new route called workspace, and at the end we're gonna pass the workspace ID, so it should be a dynamic route. That's what we are going to create. And on this one, if you see, as per this mockup, we're gonna add the chart section on the left hand side where user can able to chart, and on the right hand side we're gonna add the code view and the preview section. So whatever the user asks for, it will automatically generate this particular code view as well. Okay, so that's how easily that you can do it. Also have option to export or deploy this application. So let's consider that you are on the workspace page. Then first thing you need to do is to get messages or message list using this workspace ID from the Convex, and then we need to display that inside the chart view. So this is our chart view. In that one we need to display all the messages that are inside the Convex database. Okay, so let's create this new route and let's design this layout first. So I will close all of this tab for now, and inside the app folder I will create a new folder, and I will call it as a main, and inside this circular bracket, so I just want to group it and structurize the folder very well. So inside that we'll create the new folder called workspace, and then in order to make it dynamic you need to give the folder name start with this square bracket. Okay, and then click enter. You can give the workspace ID, doesn't matter, and then we'll write page.jsx under that. Now let's add a default template. I will rename this to workspace and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and if I refresh the screen, now you will see the workspace page. Now whenever the user is login, obviously we don't want to show this, so just quickly hide this. So if I go to the header, so let's go to this header where we have inside the components, custom component and header. I will just add the constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context and the user detail context, and from that one we'll get to know is user is there or not. So I will just hide this div. So we'll say user detail is there, or if user detail is not dot name is not there, then only show this, otherwise don't show it. And now if you see, user is already login, so it's only showing this particular logo. Okay, that's what we wanted. Now next thing, as I say, we want to divide this screen into two sections, one for the chart view and the bigger side was for the code view. So I will create a two component, one for the chart view .jsx, we'll add a default template, and then we'll create another component called code view.jsx, and for that as well I will add default component. Now let's add this component inside this page.jsx file. Over here I will add a padding to 10. I will add padding, that's fine I think, and inside that I will add another div. The first thing we want to show chart view and then the code view like this. Now we want to divide into two sections, so I will use the grid and we'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and once it is a medium or larger we'll make a grid column 4. Okay, so let's make it 4. Now out of this 4 column I am going to assign 3 column to this code view. So I will just wrap inside the div and we'll assign column span 3, okay, and just one column to this chart view, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see the chart view and the code view. So if you want to make it 3 and 2 for this one, so I just make little bit chart view larger, so that how you can also do that. Okay, now inside the chart view, as I said, the first thing we need to do is to fetch the message list from the convex. So for that one, inside the workspace function, the convex function, we need to write a new function called export constant get messages, I will say, or we'll say get workspace, and then we'll say query because we want to fetch the record. Now this will take an argument, the v dot id, and then obviously the id is nothing but from the workspace. So here you need to provide the name of the table called workspace. Then we'll provide the handler. So I will add a handler over here. So obviously we forgot to add this, and here we'll say the workspace id colon, okay, make sure that syntax is correct. Then add a handler and we'll say async ctx slash arguments and the arrow function. Now in order to fetch a record is very straightforward. So we'll say constant result equal to await ctx dot db dot get, because we have the record id, so from the get you can directly use it, and then we'll say argument dot workspace id and simply return the result. That's how straightforward it is. Depends on this particular workspace id now we want to fetch. So first we need to get this id. Using this id is equal to use params, and make sure this id field is matches with this folder name, and after that I will write a method called get workspace data and the arrow function. Now let's define the convex first. So we'll say convex and use convex. So this hook, use convex hook, will help us to write a query and to get a data. So we are using the hook. Make sure that we will make this component on the client side, and inside here we will simply write constant result is equal to await convex dot query, and then you need to pass a query which is api dot workspace dot get workspace, and then you need to pass the workspace id, nothing but this particular id. Let's make this as async, and simply I am going to console the result. Here I will just document as used to get workspace data using workspace id. Now after this let's call this method inside the use effect only when the id is available. So I will pass the id and then I will call get workspace data only when the id is there. So I will say id and n. Now save it and let's test this out. So I will just refresh the screen once, and if I go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see on line 21 inside the chart view we got the messages along with all the information. Cool, right? Now get these messages and save it in our context. So because we already have the context called messages, so I will set that messages is equal to use context, and then we'll say messages context like this, and obviously I just want the messages, so here we'll say set messages as result dot messages. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Now once we have this message list, obviously we have this content and the role field inside that. Depends on this one we want to show or display the all the messages inside the chart view. So first thing, let's add a simple div. Inside that we have the messages, so I will just map this one using, we'll say message comma index and the arrow function. Inside here we'll add a div tag. I will make key as an index. Now let's add a h2 tag, and inside that we'll show a message dot content. Let's save it and let's go back. So if I refresh the screen, obviously we got an error that set message is not function. So that's because it's supposed to be a set messages, and here as well I will update these to a messages. And right now if you see, the whatever the message we have, it's showing on the screen, and it's saying just create to do app. So now let's apply some styling. So for this particular div, I'm gonna add a style in order to add a color. So here I will add a background color. Add from the colors dot chart background, and also we'll add TailwindCSS classes. We'll say padding to 3. We'll make a rounded corner as a large, and we'll also give margin bottom to 2 and save it. And that's how it will look like. Obviously we'll give some gap between these two sections. So inside our workspace, simply not workspace, the workspace page, simply here you can give a gap to 7. Let's make it 10, a little bit bigger. And now we have a beautiful gap between these two. Now once we have this one right, whenever we have the user message, then we're going to show the user profile image. So inside the chart view we already have the user details, so I will obviously get it from the context. So here we'll say user detail, set user detail is equal to use context, and then user detail context. And from the user detail we already have the user profile image, and obviously it depends on the role we're gonna show it. So over here I will say user detail dot picture. If it's there, then only show it. No, not picture, actually we want to show it depends on the role, right? So here we'll say message dot role is equal to user, then only I want to show an image. So here we'll say image source, and inside that we need to provide the user detail dot picture. Okay, let me bring this down. Now inside once you define this, let's give alt tag. Here we'll call user image. Also we're gonna give width to 35 and height to 35. Also in the class name I will make a rounded to full, and then save it. Now once you save it, we got an error. It's saying the host name, which is this one, is not configured inside under the image in your Next.config.js. So whenever you use any third party URL inside your application, make sure that that domain from which you are fetching the image are configured. It's just for the security purpose. So simply go to this next.config.mjs file, and then inside here you need to add the image. Inside that we'll provide the domain, and then add this and save it. Simple. Okay, now if I save this one, now go back, let's refresh your application once, and then you are able to see the user image. Okay, now let's bring this in one line. Here we'll make rounded full, and then for this div we'll make it flex, gap of 2, and item at the start. So I want at the top right corner only every time, and I think we are good on this one. See, after that a message list, obviously we want to show the input box, and for this message list we want it should be a scrollable, right, because we don't want to go down. So before that let's add an input field. So input section I will say, and obviously it's similar like what we have on the landing screen. So if you see this mockup, we have this input. So I will just copy it from our hero section where we have this particular div. So let's copy this and put it inside the chart view. So make sure to import this arrow right icon as well as the link, and I think everything will be as it is. Obviously we need to add the user input field, so let's add the user input field and save it. Now if I go back to our application, okay, so we have error called lookup, so make sure to import the lookup. And then we are good. And if you see, the input box is showing, but we want this input box at the bottom of the screen, right over here. To do that, first thing, let's go to this div, we'll make class name and we'll mark it as a relative. Also we'll give a height of, let's say, 85 vertical height, and we'll make it flex and flex column and save it. So you might not see any changes, but if you give the flex as a 1 for this message lead, so over here let's say flex to 1, then you can see you have option, means obviously this input came to the bottom of the screen. Okay, next thing, we want this particular section as a scrollable. So for this div, let's make it overflow y, overflow y as a scroll. Okay, and let's add some let's keep it as it is for now, but here if I save it, let me refresh the screen, obviously nothing will display, but once we have the list of the messages, then you might see the scroll bar. Now next, once we display the messages on the chart, obviously if there is a user message, the last user message there, then we're gonna get the AI response with the help of Gemini AI model. Gemini recently introduced a new Flash experience model which is very powerful. So first thing, we need to set up a Gemini AI model. So simply go to the AI Gemini Studio, and here you will find this link. Now if you are new to this Gemini, don't worry, because it's very easy to integrate. Simply go to this ai.google.dev, sign in with the Google AI Studio, and then you will jump on this AI Studio. Okay, here obviously you can enter the message, you will get the prompt, and you have option to create an API key from here. Okay, so first thing, I already have the prompt. So if I go to the prompt section, so over here inside the data, let me scroll down, we have this prompt. Okay, and along with our messages or the messages list, and with this prompt we are going to send it to the AI model and it will generate the output. Now in order to integrate this, simply click on this get code option, and whatever the code you see, just copy all of them as it is, and let's insert inside a new folder. So I will create a new folder called Convex. Inside that we'll create a new AI model.jsx file, and simply we'll add inside this. The first thing, you need to install this generative AI. Okay, so simply I will just copy this as it is, and inside the new terminal we'll say npm install generative AI. Okay, so it will install the generative AI SDK, and then you need to add the Gemini API key. So simply let's go to this .env.local. Here we'll add next underscore public underscore the Gemini API key, and in order to get this API key, simply from this AI Studio click on this get API key, and then click this create API key. If you are already there, you can use the existing one and then paste it. Now once you have the API key, I will just make sure I will refer the correct environment variable name like this. Okay, and then you can see this model called Flash X, which is the experience I think, and but it's very powerful. Inside the generation config, you can keep text plugin as it is for now, and we don't need this run, so I will remove this. Okay, and we're gonna use this for chart session. We also don't want this. I will just comment this out, and I will keep this history as empty, but make sure to export this as a chart session because we want to use for our chart view, okay, along with this particular configuration. Now, in order to make a call to this AI model, I'm going to create an API inside our app folder. So simply go to this app folder, and in order to create an API endpoint, you can just add API, and here we'll say again new folder called AI chart. Okay, I will give the endpoint name as a AI chart, and then inside that we'll add a route.jsx file. Over here, let's add export async function and make it as a post call, and it will accept the request. Now from the request, we're gonna get the prompt which we want to pass from the request body. So here we'll say request.json. After this, add a try catch block, and inside the try we simply add constant result is equal to await chart session which we are exported from the AI model dot send message, and then we're gonna add the prompt. Now there are a couple of ways that you can implement it. This is the simplest and easiest way to do it. Okay, so once you have this send message prompt, obviously it will return the result, and then we'll get the data. So over here we'll say response is equal to result dot response dot text, like this, and simply you can return this. So here we'll say next response dot json, and we'll say result, we'll say result as response. Okay, I will just change this to AI response as AI response, and then save it. And obviously if you get any error, so simply here we'll say error, and then we'll pass as a E and save it. Now our API endpoint is now ready. Now let me close all of this tab for now, and then go to the chart view. So under the component we have this chart view. Now whenever you user jump from the landing screen to this screen with asking some help, okay, so in this case it's asking create to do app, then we need to make sure that last message is the user message, and then we're gonna make an API call. So first we'll write a method to make an API call. So here inside this we'll say constant get AI response, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios. We'll make because we are making HTTP call, so axios the post request slash API slash AI chart, and obviously in the body we're gonna pass prompt. Now obviously we don't have prompt, so we'll create a new prompt. So we'll say prompt is equal to, we'll convert the messages list, okay, into a JSON, plus we already have the prompt from the prompt, so I will just attach this. So we'll say prompt dot, so make sure to import this prompt dot chart prompt. Okay, so this chart prompt I'm going to attach it, just saying that you are an AI assistant and experience in the React development, and these are some guidelines to follow when you are replying the questions answer. Okay, now once we have this prompt, pass over here, and let's make this as a async. And once you get the result, obviously your result is inside the result dot data dot result. Okay, now this get AI response we're gonna call inside the use effect whenever we have the messages. So I will write use effect over here. Now once we have the messages available, so inside this we'll say if messages dot length is greater than 0, and also just for simplification I will say constant role is equal to messages, and inside that we'll say messages dot length -1 dot role, because here we are just fetching the last message role. Okay, if there is a user message, then our AI will provide the response immediately. Okay, and this will happen only at very first time. And after this you just need to call get AI response method when if role is equal to user. That's all. So let me add it here. Let's save this one and let's go back to test it. So if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, if you see on line 51, we got the result. So it's saying, okay, I will help you to create the to-do app. This will be allowed to add remove mark tasks and blah blah blah. And this is generated with the help of the AI Gemini AI model. Now once this response is generated, obviously we need to add it to our messages, right? So inside this response, we're gonna add that one. So simply I will say set messages. Make sure all the previous messages will be there. So we will say previous dot 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 previous, and then we're gonna add the message. So over here the role will be the AI, and then content will be this information. So result dot data dot result, and then save it. Now if I refresh the screen, so it's saying create to do app, and boom, you got the result, right? Now in meantime, when you are fetching the result, you have to make sure that we can show some kind of loading indicator. So in order to add that one, simply add a loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make this as a false. And whenever you are fetching the result, then we'll simply set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. And whenever loading is true, then we can show the some kind of indicators. So over here I will just add a div. Inside the div I'm gonna add the loader icon. Okay, for this icon I will add a class name animate spin. Okay, so it will spin it in a circular motion. Also I will add a text, will say generating response, and this particular div only visible whenever the loading is true. So that's the reason I added this condition as well. I think we need to add this outside of this particular map, because outside of this message, so maybe we can add it here. And obviously whatever the styling I gave, let's give it to this one. Okay, so I will add a class name, and I think we are good on this. Let save it, but for a testing purpose I will just comment this code, because I don't want to make API call for now, and let's make it true. And if you see, we got this generating response indicator. Also I want to give a background color. So over here in a style I will give a background color as colors dot chart background, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful text and saying generating the response. And once the loading is false, let's make it false, then it's gone, right? Perfect. And let's test this out. So obviously I will uncomment this code and save it, and let's refresh it. And if I refresh the screen, you will see this generating the response, and boom, we got the response from the AI model. Obviously for this response, let's add one more property for the styling. Here we'll say we want to give line height. So if you give the leading 7, which is the line height in a CSS, say, so make sure to add that, and it will give the beautiful response for you. Perfect. Now the thing is, if I type something else, add few features and pass this one, nothing is happening. And if I go over here, it's giving this onGenerate is not defined. We have this method called onGenerate, but we did not define. So simply I'm going to add a constant. We'll say onGenerate, and obviously it will take an input. And so over here the arrow function, and inside this onGenerate we need to set messages. So inside the message we'll make sure the previous message are there, and along with the previous message we'll add a new message, obviously that message from the user. So we'll say role as a user, and the content will be the input. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously whenever the message changes, it will automatically execute this use effect only, and obviously the get AI response will only execute if the role is user. Okay, so let's add a new feature, and boom, if you see, it's generating the response for us, and then we got the result. Perfect. Now over here if you see, you have this beautiful scrolling, right? But if you want to remove this scroll bar, that also you can remove, because inside this Bolt application you don't see any scroll bar, and we also don't want this scroll bar. So in order to remove it, just type on Google TailwindCSS remove, or we'll say no scroll bar npm package. So this Tailwind scroll bar hide package is very helpful, and in just one line you can hide this scroll bar. So simply first install this npm tailwind scroll bar hide, then you need to just add this plugin inside your tailwind.config.js file. So copy it, go to the tailwind.config.js file, and simply if you scroll down inside this plugin section, I will add it and then save it. Once you add, you just need to call this class name called scroll bar hide. So I will just go to the chart view, and where you want to hide. So in this over here we want to hide it, just add the scroll bar hide, and over here if you see, now we don't have any more scroll bar. And if you see, whatever you write, it will all depends on your application and related to your application. Here we will say can I edit the to-do list? Okay, and click send, and it's generating, and here it say yes, you can edit the to-do list. And obviously on the right hand side we're gonna implement all the features or whatever the user asks with all the complete project on this code view section. Here to the AI model we are passing this complete messages, right, the list of messages, and we converted this into a string, and then we are attaching our prompt. Once we get the result, we have to make sure we will update our messages column inside this workspace with the latest changes. It means we need to write an update query in order to update these messages. So simply go to the Convex workspace, and inside here we'll write new function called export constants update messages. We'll say mutation because this is the CRUD operation we are doing, which means we are doing update. Whenever you are doing create or insert, update, delete, you have to use mutation. Here we'll accept the argument. The first argument will say workspace, obviously, which is the ID of the workspace. Then we want to accept the messages. Obviously it is of type any because it's contain a JSON object, and we'll write the handler. In the handler we have ctx comma arguments and the arrow function, and we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch. Now patch is used to update the record. Okay, now if you go to the documentation of the Convex, you will see the update existing document under the writing data. Here you have one method called db patch, and there is another method called db replace. Now db replace will replace the existing document entirely, but here you can update the specific column from the document. So that's the reason we're gonna use the db patch method. Now inside the db patch, first thing you need to provide is the ID which you want to update. So in this case, we'll say argument dot workspace ID, that record that we want to update, and then we're gonna pass the other detail like argument dot messages, okay, because we just want to update the messages, and then simply we'll return the result and save. Now let's update it. So inside the chat view, first define this mutation. So over here we'll define constant update messages is equal to use use mutation, and then provide the API which you want to update. So we'll say API workspace update messages, and if I scroll down, so inside this get API response, as soon as we get it, we'll just use it. So here we'll say await update message, and inside that we'll pass a message which you want to update. So obviously this is the complete message string we want to update. Over here inside the message field, obviously we want to add all the previous messages along with this new response, right? So in this case, I'm just adding the new field, okay, and inside that I will just move this over here, and here we'll add AI response, okay, so that we can use this field again. So inside the message we'll add all the previous message along with the new message, which is this one, and that's the reason I added this spread operator and then new message as well. And once you add the updated message along with the workspace ID, so we are passing the ID which you want to update. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So I will go back, I will refresh the screen, and it's generating output, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Now if I go back to the workspace, and here if I open this, you will see the new content. First is the user and new one is the AI. Let's write something. So over here, let's say add new feature, and we'll send this. So it's saying add new feature, and we got the message. And also obviously you can anytime refer this response, and here you have the result. Okay, how cool. Here if I say add new, or let's say add emojis as well, and let's send it. It's saying okay, it will integrate the emojis as well to our to-do application. Now if you write something, let's say what else you can add, okay, and click enter. Obviously we are passing this and it's generating the response, but inside our input the text is still there. We are supposed to remove this text, okay, in order to add a new value. So for this text area, you can provide the value field and then pass this user input as a default field. Whenever user click on generate, we'll simply set the user input to empty or something like this, and then save it. Now if I type add something, and boom, if you see, it's gone. Now again you can add new text in order to chat, and if you see, each of this response it belong to this application only, and it will give you the reply accordingly. Now one more important thing, if you observe that it's using the star, okay, and some of the markdown styling, okay, and to fix this styling you need to use the React Markdown library, okay. Now this React Markdown library will help us to format your content. So simply copy this npm I React Markdown, and we'll install this inside our terminal. And after this, where we have this, we are displaying this chart. If I go over here where we have this chart content, I will replace this with the React Markdown like this. Obviously we need to import, so we'll say import React Markdown from React Markdown and save this one. Now if I go back to our application, so you will see it's quite weird, right? So obviously we need to add some styling to this markdown. So first we'll add class name, we'll make it flex column and save it, and boom, if you see now it's perfectly format as per the response. Now it's time to add an code view section into our application. If you see this mockup where we are adding this code view section on the right hand side and option to see the code, and you can also switch it to the preview section, which is quite similar to what we have on our actual Bolt.New application, where we have the file explorer and on the right we have the code, and then we also have the preview section. So in order to implement this inside our code view section, we are going to use one library called Sandpack, which is from the code sandbox. Okay, so it's quite easy to integrate as well. So first thing, let's go to that particular link. I will keep the link in the description, and go to the documentation. Here you will find an installation step. Currently it is only supported to the React application. Now copy this command, and then first you need to install this. So I will go back to our application. I will close this tab for now, and inside the terminal we'll add it. Okay, so it will install the code sandbox for the Sandpack React, and this library help us to add the inline code editor. After that, these are some of the steps that you can follow. Okay, but rather we can going to use their components. Okay, so component is nothing but their small parts or section of the Sandpack. So just go to this component, and if you see, if you add this all of the line of code, then you can get this preview section as well as this code section. How cool, right? So let's add this one. So inside our components file we have this code view, and simply inside this I am going to paste. Also make sure to import all of this import statement, and also I will make this on the client side, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and if I refresh it, you will see we have this beautiful code editor ready. How cool, right? Now obviously we want a dark theme. So in order to apply the dark theme for this one, you can just add a theme option. So to this Sandpack provider we can say theme, and then you have three options. So I will make it dark only, and now we have this dark mode. After this we also want to display the all the files, right? So in order to do that, from this documentation, if you scroll down a little bit, and from this one if you scroll down here, we have the I think we're somewhere you will see this file explorer C, and in order to add it you just need to add one line, and then it will open the file explorer. Okay, now make sure to import this one, save it, and if I go, you will see this file explorer as well. Perfect, right? Now let's apply some styling to this one. Obviously first thing, if you see this, we have to add this code and preview button so that you can easily switch it, and also we want the height to be full. So simply for this explorer I will just add an height. So we'll add a height to 80 vertical height. Same thing, I'm going to copy it for the code editor and the preview as well, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see now it's full screen. Then let's add these two buttons so that we can switch it from code to preview and preview to code. So let me format this first, and simply just about this sandpicker I'm going to add the div. Inside the div we'll add another div, and we'll say h2 tag. This is for the code, and another h2 tag for preview. Now for this complete div we'll add a class name. Here I'm gonna make a background, and I'm going to add a custom color. So here we say hash 181818, okay, which is the hex code we added, I will make width to be full, padding to 2, and also will add a border. If I save it and go back, this is how it will look like. Okay, so which is matching to this exact editor. Now let's apply some style to these particular buttons. So for this view, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex item to be in the center, we'll make flex wrap. Okay, so it will not extend at the end. Also we'll add string to 0 and we'll make width, let's avoid the width for now and save it, and let's see how it looks. Obviously we also want to add a background, so simply I'm going to add a background as a black. Okay, and let's add a padding to 1. I think this is how it will look like. Okay, so that's the reason I think we need to give one some width. Perfect. Okay, we'll also give gap to, let's say, 3. And now for this h2 tag we'll add a styling, we'll say a text to be smaller. So over here obviously I want to add a dynamic styling, so here we'll add text smaller and we'll make cursor pointer. Same thing, we are going to paste it for the preview, save it, and let's see how it looks. I think we can do we want this item in the center of the screen, so here simply we'll make justify center. Okay, so it will in the center of the screen, see, and that's how look. And now once user click on this particular option, obviously for that option only we are going to change the background color. So simply we'll add a $sign here, we'll add a condition, so here we'll say active tab comma set active tab is equal to use state, and initially the default one I will say a code. Okay, now over here we'll say active tab is equal to code, then we'll add an and condition. Let me bring this down, then we'll say text to be blue, let's say 500. Also I'm gonna add background to be blue 500. But I'm gonna add an opacity, a background opacity, so it will change the color little bit to, let's say, 25. Okay, we'll give padding to 1 and padding x to 2. Also we'll make rounded to full, and if I go back you will see this beautiful option. Perfect. Now obviously the outer div, which is this one, will make a rounded to full. Perfect. Okay, now once user click on this preview, obviously we want to change to all styling to that one, so I will just copy, let's copy everything. Okay, and I will add it for this preview. Only change that we need to do, I will change this name to preview and the condition as well, and save it. Now if I switch this to preview, okay, so I think we did not add on click event, so that also we need to add. So here I will just bring this down, and I will add on click event. Here we'll say set active tab, and we'll update with the preview. Same thing we are going to do for this tab as well. So for this h2 tag, and we'll change this to code. Let's save it, and if I change this preview, see, it's changing. Perfect, right? Now depends on this condition, we are going to hide and show the preview as well as this code editor. So simply first, whenever user select the code, we want to show the file explorer and the code editor. Otherwise we just need to show the sandpack preview. Now here we can add a condition, if active tab is equal to code, then use this one, otherwise show the preview, and let's test this out. So right now if I refresh the screen, okay, so something is not correct, but if I go to the preview, okay, so I think we don't need to add this div, okay, rather we can just add the empty tag, something like this, okay, and save it. And now we have this code, and then we have this preview section as well for that one. Now obviously you have option to run this particular code, and once you run it you will see the preview, okay. Not every time you need to run, but if you make some changes into your file, then you have to make run your code editor. Now another important thing in the preview, you can add the navigation bar. If I go to this Bolt.New, you will see this navigation bar. The similar navigation bar we can add it. So simply for this preview you can add navigation or show navigation and just make it as a true, and now we have the navigation bar as well. See, similar like the Bolt.New application. Now inside the code we have this much file. Let's say you want to add some dependency or you want to replace some of the existing files, that also you can do that, okay. Now when you provide the template name as a React, so over here for this sandbag provider we have the template as a React. Obviously if you go to the sandbag documentation, here you will see a different templates, okay. Obviously you can have static, Angular, Vue, vanilla and lot of others. You can even add your custom code like Python and any other. But in our case, if you want to update this existing file, you can also do that. Let's say you want to update this dependency and you want to add some more dependencies. So I already added all this dependency inside our lookup file. So if inside the lookup.js we have this dependency, inside that I added the TailwindCSS, Tailwind merge and lot of others. But if you want to add any more, you can just add inside this dependency section. Now inside the code view, here you can provide the options, or here we can provide the custom setup. Inside the custom setup you can provide the dependencies, and then I'm going to just destructurize all the dependency I'm providing using this lookup.dependency. If I save this one and go to this package.json, now you will see a lot of other dependency as well. Perfect, right? Same thing, you can also replace any of the file or their content. Now if I go to this lookup, I have some default file which I'm little bit updating. For example, inside this public.index.html, so it means this file, I am adding this particular line which is the script for the Tailwind CSS. For if I'm adding the Tailwind CSS, some of the file we need to update like app.css, tailwind.config.js, post.css and so on. Now in order to add all the files, let's define one state called constant files. Set files is equal to use state, and inside that I'm going to pass the default file first. So we'll say files, and we'll say default file, and simply inside this sandbag provider it has an option called files, and whatever the files you want to provide, just provide like this, and boom, if you see, now new file get added to this one. Perfect. Now if I go to this preview section, here you will see one option called open in sandbox. Just click on this one and it will open the sandbox with your application, okay. Obviously you can play around this one, but not only that, but you have option to download this complete project as well from this sandbox. How cool, right? You can our AI model or AI application. Now this is the basic setup, okay, of this code view. Obviously we are going to generate all the files and the code which is inside those files from the AI. That's what we are going to see next. So one last important thing currently we want to do, because we want our application should be work on with the help of Tailwind CSS, right? So simply go to the tailwindcss.com in the documentation, and here inside the installation, click on this place CDN, okay. So we need to add this particular URL, and we need to provide to our sandbox provider. So inside the sandbox provider, let's add one more field called options. Inside this option, it has a property called external resources, and then whatever the resources you want to use it, you can just provide. So in this case we want to use TailwindCSS, so just add it, and now you will, if I go to this preview, obviously the TailwindCSS is now applied. Now if I change this class name to, let's say, text red 500, okay, and make sure whenever you make a change, run it and then say preview, and boom, you will see the change. Obviously in the sandbox as well, the TailwindCSS is applicable, and then you can just play around it. Now it's time to generate the files and the code for our code view or for the editor. Depends on the users ask. Okay, if user want to generate the to-do app, then obviously we want to generate to-do application. If you user want to generate the budget tracking application, then we want to generate the budget tracking, and then depends on that we need to get the response from the AI. So first thing, we need to update the AI model. Obviously we are going to add over here, so I'm going to add an export constant generate AI code is equal to model, and I'm going to use the start session only. Inside here I'm going to use a different generation config. Okay, so I will just copy this and we'll paste it here. We'll say code generation config, and the change over here we need to change this to application/json. Now update this generate config with the code generate configuration, and if you want to provide the history you can. Okay, so I think my bad, we need to update this particular model. Okay, so over here we'll say generate config as a code generation config, and the history for now I will keep it as empty. Okay, and this gen mod now we need to refer because we exported it so that we can use it anywhere. So let's go to the API and we'll create a new API called, we'll create a new folder called generate API. So over here we'll say generate gen AI code, and inside that we'll create a route.jsx file. Here let's add export async function, it will be a post and then request. Now inside here obviously from the request I'm going to accept the prompt that we want to pass, and then over here we'll say use so here we need to get await request dot json. Okay, so that from the body we can get the prompt. Now inside the try catch block we can simply call the model call generate AI code from the AI model dot send message, and then we're gonna pass the prompt. Once we have the result, so here we'll say response is equal to await result, not await, and make sure that over here you'll add await. Here we'll say simply add the result dot response dot text, and once you got this one, just return the next response JSON, and I will just pass the response as it is. If you have any error, so for the error as well we'll get the response. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Now our API endpoint is ready. Let's go to the code view. Inside the code view I'm going to write a new method called generate AI code, and inside that we're gonna call this API. So await result is equal to result is equal to await axios dot post request, call this API endpoint gen AI code, and then pass the prompt. Right Now in order to generate the prompt, so first thing you need to write a prompt. Let's add a prompt is equal to, and then we need to get the user's last message. Okay, that is very important. So first we need to get all the messages using our messages hook. Use context, and here we have the messages context, right? And once we have the messages context, simply I'm going to pass over here, and in order to get the first message, so here we'll say messages dot length -1 dot content. So make sure it's optional field, and after that we'll simply attach the prompt. Now inside the prompt I already added this code chain prompt. It's very big prompt. Okay, obviously inside the source code you will get this prompt which contains some basic layout. Obviously I'm getting the project title, explanation, and the list of file. It's up to you what you want, and the last is generated files. Okay, so simply I'm going to pass that. So we'll say prompt dot code generation prompt. That's all. Here I think let's give some space, okay, between this message and the prompt. Now once we have this prompt, just pass over here, and let's make this as a async. And once you get the data, obviously we can console this result.data. Here I will say AI response is equal to result.data. Now inside the file we just need to add that one. So we also need to make sure that we also have the all the previous file, okay, which is for this default file and all. So over here we'll say constant merge files is equal to, and we'll add dot 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 lookup dot default file, comma dot 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 AI response dot files, because from the AI response as well we are getting the files. That what we are going to do, and simply we'll set the files as merge files. Okay, now this generate AI code we need to call inside the use effect, but the question is when. So whenever user asks something in the chatbot, first we will check if user wrote this message or not, right? So here I'm gonna execute this use effect whenever the message is available. And if you remember, if I go to this chat view, we already have logic for that one. Okay, so this particular one, right? Currently inside this condition as well, we are just executing only when we have the response, right? So I will just copy this use effect as it is, and we'll paste it here. And the only thing that obviously we need to change this to generate AI code method. Okay, so over here we'll check if user has that response, and if yes, then we'll generate the code. Obviously the last response is important. If it's last response from the AI, obviously it doesn't make sense to generate it again, right? So that's the reason. I think we are good. Let's save it and let's test this out. So we got an error. It's saying it is not iterable. So the mistake over here, we need to wrap this in a curly braces because this is a context, right? So that's why. And then save it. Now if I go over here, I open this inspect panel as well. So right now, obviously the last message, if you see, it is generated from the AI, and here we'll say create budget tracking app. Okay, and we'll pass this one. Obviously in the network tab, actually we want to see whether it's working or not. And if you see this gen AI code, currently it is in pending and it is executing behind it. Okay, so currently the status is pending. It means it's still working out. So we'll wait to finish this, and it's completed. Now if I go to the console, and over here if you see, we got the response. Perfect. But the response is in the form of JSON, right? Oh, sorry, the string, and we will need to convert this into a JSON. Also there are sometimes there might be some issue while converting this JSON, so you have to make sure and consider that you are getting the exact string, right? So either you can get the result or convert over here inside this generate AI code, I will prefer to update inside this API only, and it will return the JSON response. So over here we'll just parse it, okay, something like this, and then save it, and let's test this out again. So again we'll ask create new to do app and execute. So obviously in the networks tab is still in pending, so we'll wait, and as soon as it finishes you will see there is a change in the files format right inside our code. Obviously in the console we have this JSON object along with the explanation file, generated files and other things, but the most important thing, you will see some of the new files get added to our editor. If I go to the preview, and also we have this beautiful to do application. Now this is just a placeholder. I can able to add a new note, and right now obviously this is the image, so that's the reason I think it's not working perfectly. And if you see there is the image behind it, but now you can able to see the notes as well. If you want to delete any notes, you can just delete it. Okay, now again if you want to improve this, you can ask add dashboard as well, right, and send the request. Obviously in the to do list it will add the new dashboard page as well along with the dashboard data, but the problem is we need to tell user, okay, currently the new code is generating, and if you see we have the new code as well. If you see this code is not belong to our application, right, and to fix this issue right now we are just passing the over here. If you see it's just passing the prompt and he don't have the understanding any previous knowledge, right, and to fix this one inside our, if I go to our AI model, inside the history we need to add the some of the predefined value, right. So let's go to this AI studio. Okay, so I will go to this AI studio, and inside here let's ask a question from with our prompt. So I will just copy this complete prompt and we'll ask generate to do app, and then we'll paste our prompt, okay, and then click run. Now it will generate the project title, explanation and the files along with one more field called generated files. So we'll wait to finish and boom. Okay, now the thing is you need to do is click on this get code, and inside the get code you need to copy this history section. Okay, once you copy this history section, just get that one and put it inside this AI model like this. Okay, so next time whenever you talk it will refer this particular history, and it will automatically add your content as well. So let's take this out now. So over here inside this message, right now we are just sending a single message. So instead of that we can send the previous history, so that our AI model will understand the previous conversation, and depends on that one it will generate the result. Now if I convert this into a stringify, so make sure you convert this into a stringify, because this messages contain a JSON object, and then save it. Now if you see I'm playing around this budget tracking application, and here we'll add a new component, we'll add something new feature, okay, and then we'll execute it. So here we added this expense, user can add income. I will add a new feature, ability to categorize each transaction, okay, food, rent and salary. So this is the new feature that AI is going to add. Now we'll wait, and boom, we got generated, we have all the code and files. If I go to the preview section now, here we have these new options, the description, amount and lot of other things. Obviously you can enter some value, you can enter some amount and click add transaction, and immediately you can see over here as well. How cool, right? So that's how you can generate the code. Now as soon as the code is generated, we have to make sure we will save this in our database. If you remember, we already have the new column called file data, right? In that file data we can update our all the code which is generated, right? As soon as whatever the JSON we have, we can just add it there. So let's go to this Convex workspace function, and inside here I will just copy this existing update message. I will paste it here, and instead of update message we'll say update code. Okay, we'll say just update code. I will say update project. Update files is also fine, and instead of message we'll say files. Then we have v.any, and instead of message I will update with the file data argument dot files. Okay, obviously we need to get the ID, and that's what we updated. Perfect. Let's save this one. Once you do, let's go to this code view. Inside this code view we need to add that mutation. So constant update, say update files is equal to use mutation and provide the API workspace update files. Now once the file is generated, we'll add await, then update files with these new files. So I will put all the merge file because we want that one. So it's up to you whether you want to just save this AI response file, okay, because it depends on that one. We can update the code. So let's just save this AI response file, okay, and I think that's all we need to do, okay, and let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go here, I will say add new page to see history, and let's execute it, because in the budget tracking application we are now told to our model that okay, now also add a new page where I can check the previous history. So over here we got an error. It's saying the file is missing. Obviously we forgot to pass the params. So over here first we need to pass the workspace ID, which we can get it from the our parameters. So over here we say constant ID is equal to use params, and then we'll just pass this one, and then the merge files. So this is the incorrect way that we pass it, my bad, but over here we'll pass the files as AI response dot files, and then save it, and hopefully it will work. Now I'm added this all the information, okay, and it will check, okay, these are the information that you are looking for, and now we'll wait to fetch all the records and all the files from the AI. And if you see, we got the data inside the preview, obviously. Okay, I think we did not. Okay, let's run. So whenever you see empty preview, it means you need to run your application, and now you have the option over here in the history. You will see the history page, right? That's what we added just now. Perfect. And the most important, we'll see whether it's updated or not, and inside the file data we have all the information. Cool. How beautiful that we save the file data as well. Now whenever next time when user come, so let's refresh the screen, it's showing this default page, and we have to make sure that we will fetch the file data. So for that one, obviously we need to fetch the workspace, okay, and we already have the workspace function, okay, so that only thing is that we need to fetch it. So we'll define a convex first. So we'll define convex is equal to use convex, then we'll define the use effect. Whenever the ID is there, then we'll fetch this, So maybe we can call a method, so constant get files, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, pass this query API dot workspace dot get workspace, and obviously we need to pass the workspace ID as a ID. Let's make this as async, and then once you get the result, let's set the files. Obviously, if you remember, we also make sure that we need to set this default file, so that's the reason we need to call like this. But instead of AI response, I will just use the result over here. Okay, and we just add the spread operator. Now this get file we need to call over here and then save it. Now if I go back and refresh the screen, so something not correct. Okay, so the thing is from the result we are getting all the data. Okay, so obviously we just need to get the file data. So here I will add dot file data, see, and then save it. And now if I refresh, still okay, now we got the data, see, perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you need to fetch and save or update your records. That is very important, because every time we don't want, even though user refresh the screen, we don't want to execute our API every time. Now another important thing, that when we ask AI to do something, right, it's taking some time to get all the code or files, right, to generate the newly updated data. And in meantime we need to tell user, okay, it's loading or something like that. So we need to maintain one state called loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make this as a false, and then we'll simply going to update that. So whenever we call this get generate code, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Same thing I'm gonna do over here as well. Set loading as false. So make sure it's a loading, so set loading and not the files. Okay, perfect, and save. Now depends on the loading, we need to show a loading indicator. That's what we are going to add now. To add this loading indicator after this sandpack provider, obviously after this all the code view section, I'm going to add the div. Inside this div we'll add a loader icon, and then I'm going to add the h2 tag, and it will say generating your files. Okay, simple. For this I will add a class name for this icon, and we'll simply say animate spin. Then we'll add a height to 10, width to 10, and we'll make text to white. Same thing for this h2 tag, I will add a text to white and then save it. Now next, for this particular div, we'll make padding to 10, we'll add a background gray, let's say 800, let's make it 900. Then we'll make opacity like 50. Okay, and we also want to position it as absolute. We'll make we'll set it as the top, and we'll make rounded to, let's say, large. Then make it width full, height to full, make it flex item to be in the center, so all the content will be in the center of the screen, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh the screen, and you will see this generating profile is coming at the top, right? So let's update that little bit code. So the most important first thing for this particular div, I will add class name as a relative. Okay, so it will be inside this, and I think we need to add a height to full. Okay, so if you see they have mistake, now I added the height to full and now it's showing over here. Perfect. For opacity, let's increase this to 65 and let's see how it looks. Let's make it 80. Okay, I think this is perfect. Okay, and that's where it's showing, okay, your code is now getting generated. You have to wait for some time. Now this particular div only enable when the loading is true. So I'm going to add a condition over here when the loading and then only if loading is true, then only we are going to show. Currently the loading is false and we are not showing, but if you refresh it obviously and ask something, then it will show that. Okay, let's go to the preview section and let's see what we have, and if you want to add something we can add it. Okay, so here let's ask to add some new feature. Okay, and I just executed, and right now if you see it is on the chart we got the result, but on the right hand side now it's generating the pages and the API. So obviously we have to wait to finish these changes, and once it is finished obviously you can change the code, and necessary obviously you have to run that one as well. So I will go to this code. Okay, I'm not sure is there any changes or not, but let's go to the preview and we'll see that anything is added or not there. Okay, so wow, so there are some changes. Obviously dashboard changed a lot. Here we have the new option to change the theme. Here we have the history page. That's pretty cool, and little bit modern look as well. Correct, perfect. So that's how guys you can add the loading effect to your code editor. Now it's time to add a sidebar to our application, where user can have option to add a new chart. He can also see his previous chart history. By clicking on that one obviously it will navigate to that one, and then he can able to see all the details. And then we have some more option like setting, help center, subscription and sign out. Okay, so let's go to the chat scene, and in that one just search for the component called sidebar. In this sidebar you will see they make it very easy to add the sidebar to any application. Simply copy this sidebar component, then go back to your application and make sure to install this. After installing this sidebar, I will say no over here, and let me close all of this tab. So over here you need to add these classes inside the global CSS. So copy this, then go back to global CSS inside this app directory and simply paste over here and then save it. Then if you see this is the structure, then to this sidebar it has the header, then the sidebar content, in that you can add a group, and then we have the sidebar footer as well. The use case is quite easy. Okay, first thing you need to wrap your application inside the sidebar provider. So simply copy this, and inside the provider.jsx I will wrap these children like this. Okay, then you need to define the app sidebar, and then that app sidebar you need to add inside this sidebar provider. So let's copy this as it is, and inside the component folder we'll create a new component. So let's go to the components folder, custom, and here we'll say app sidebar.jsx. Add a default template and then paste this sidebar use case. Over here obviously make sure to import these statements and then save it. Now inside the provider make sure to add this sidebar under this sidebar provider, then only it will work. Okay, and once you add this one obviously on the screen you will not see anything. So over here make sure to import the sidebar. So inside the provider I think I forgot to import this sidebar, so make sure to import it and then save it, and boom, if you see on the left hand side we have this beautiful sidebar. Now in this one obviously we gonna add some of the option. So first thing, let's go back to this sidebar header, and at the top I'm going to add the logo. So over here we'll simply add an image tag, source, and here we'll refer logo.png. Let's give alt tag as a logo, and we'll give width 230, height 230, and that's how our logo is now showing on the screen. If you think you want to give margin and padding, I hope it will apply to this one. So if I add a padding of 5, you see the padding is applied. Now after this we need to add a button. So simply inside the content we can add it. So I will add a button component and we'll say start new chart. Over here I will add message circle code icon and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this particular button. Make sure for this content you can add a class name, and we'll give padding to 5. Okay, so it will be it will not touch to this sidebar border. Then we want to show the user workspace chart. Okay, so whatever the previously user section we want to show that one. So simply we're going to create a new component. Inside this custom we'll say workspace history.jsx. inside that we'll add a default template and save it. Now make sure inside this sidebar group I'm going to add this workspace history component, and in that we're going to show the history of the user's previous chart. Now first thing, inside this div we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say your charts as a text. Okay, we'll add a class name, font medium, and text larger. Perfect. After this we want to show the list. So from the Convex we have this all the list. Okay, I added some of the workspace and we want to fetch this workspace, and from the file data we want to show all the list. Okay, so in order to get this workspace list inside this Convex, so let's go to the Convex function inside the workspace function in the Convex folder. We need to write one function called export constant get all workspace is equal to, and then we'll say query, because we want to fetch it, right? So it will get the argument as a user id is of type id, and we will pass a user. It's a users, so we need to pass user table. Then we'll pass the handler. It will be async, then with ctx db and the arrow function. Inside that we'll write constant result equal to await ctx. Okay, so over here this need to be an arguments. So ctx dot db dot query, and then you need to pass the table name, which is the workspace. Now in that one we need to filter out, right? Because we want to filter depends on the user id. So over here we'll say q, then q equal to, and then we'll say q dot fill, and the field which you want to match, which is the user, and then the right field. Okay, so outside of this we'll say arguments dot user id, and the last need to say collect. Okay, so it will collect all the records which belong which matches this particular condition from in that particular table, and once we have the result we'll simply return the result. That's all. Now your get all workspace query is ready. Now let's go back to this workspace history. Over here first thing you need to get the user detail. So from the context we can get the user detail is equal to use context, and we have the user detail context. After this you need to mention the or use the convex hook. So we'll say convex is equal to use convex. Now you are using the hook, so you have to make sure this particular component will be on the client side. Now once you have the convex, here we'll write a method, we'll say get all workspace. Obviously this workspace belongs to that particular user only, and in that one we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query, and then you need to mention the query. So API dot workspace dot get all workspace, and in that one you need to provide the user ID. Now in this case the user ID is inside the user detail dot underscore ID. Now make sure this ID is nothing but this ID is generated by the convex, right, when we insert the record. So that ID you need to pass in this particular query. Here we'll make async. I will console this result just to check whether we are getting the result or not, and this particular method we're gonna call inside the use effect whenever the user detail information is available. Okay, and make sure to execute only once. That's the reason we added this square bracket. Here we'll say user detail and get all workspace. Perfect. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So I will just go to this inspect panel, and inside the console we have one error. Okay, it's kind of warning. So it's saying cannot find a public get all workspace. Did you mean npx convex dev? Okay, so maybe we have an error inside the convex, or maybe we are not running the convex. I think we are not running the convex, so make sure to run it. So just run npx convex dev, and I think we are good now. Okay, if I refresh this, now we don't have any error, but on the right hand side inside this convex space history you will see we have this 8 record, okay, which contain the workspace information, the messages, and all the user information. Bingo. Now we have that. Let's save this in one state. So over here we'll say constant workspace list comma set workspace list is equal to use state. Simply we'll say set workspace list, and then inside that we'll set or we'll pass the result. Now after this inside the div we'll just iterate that. So over here we'll say workspace list and workspace list dot map. If it's the workspace list is there, then here we'll say workspace comma index and the arrow function. Let's add a div tag with a key as an index. Or over here actually, even though if you add the h2 tag, that's also fine. So I will just add a h2 tag, and in that one we'll add the workspace. Now we want to show, let me go to the inspect panel, the first message which user added. So in this case you have to go to these messages, then the first element and the content, right? Very straightforward. So we'll say workspace dot messages of first element dot content. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back you will see all the list. Perfect. Now let's apply some style to this one. So for this h2 tag let's add a class name. Here we'll say text smaller, then we'll give text gray color to 400, we'll give margin top to 2, and then we'll add a font light. Now if I go back you have this list. Perfect, right? Now obviously once user hover on any of the list we can able to open that particular workspace. So obviously whenever we hover I will just change the color to white, okay, and also we'll add a cursor pointer. So if I hover on this one, see, perfect, and if I click on this one it will open the workspace, okay, and we have to make sure the sidebar also get closed. Now first I will just wrap this inside the link tag hrefs, and here let's wrap it first. So I will move this key index to this link, and then here we'll say workspace slash and the workspace ID. So let's wrap inside this and we'll say workspace. And in order to get ID, I will just make sure the field name. So over here, if you see, the field is underscore ID only, dot underscore ID. Perfect, right? So on the click of that, it will go, but we have to make sure it will also close our sidebar, right? Now in order to close the sidebar, right, you can access the sidebar content using the hook called use sidebar. Okay, and here we have the toggle sidebar, I believe. So this need to be with a small b, toggle sidebar, and you can even add the on click event to this h2. So here we'll add on click and simply we'll do the toggle sidebar. Okay, and save it. Now if I, okay, so right now the link we imported incorrectly because it's get imported with the link icon. So I will remove that and make sure to import from the next/link, which is kind of anchor tag. Now if I go to this habit tracker, right, and boom, it's went to this habit tracker. If I jump to this one, it will go to that particular page. Now obviously once you jump on this page, by default this toggle or this sidebar is open. So you can also close this the default one, right? Defaultly your sidebar, you want to close it, you can do that as well. So to do that, simply go to the provider. So inside this provider, here for this sidebar, it has a property called default open, and here you can, I think, pass it as a false, I believe, and boom, if you see the default, it false. Okay, so default is closing the close the sidebar. Okay, perfect. Now at this bottom we can add the user profile image, and on the click of that one, it will open the sidebar. So let's add that one. So simply first let's go to this chart view. Inside the chart view, just before the input section, we want to add it. So first I will add a div tag, and then inside the div tag we'll add an image source arrow function. Obviously inside that we need to provide the user detail dot picture. Here we'll say user, the width 30, height 30, and save. And if you see this user image, obviously we want this in a one line, and we have this error saying that empty string passed to the source attribute, because initially user detail might be an empty. So over here I'm going to add a condition: if user detail is there, then only execute this. Okay, and I hope so we don't have any error. Now we want these both the things in one line. So I will add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and item at the end, because I want it at the bottom, something like this. See, also the quick thing that I don't want a padding, so inside our workspace page, right, over here we give the padding x to 10. I will just change this to padding to 3 from the left, and I'm going to give padding right to 10. Okay, and let's see how it looks. I think we'll make it 5 only for now. Okay, and so that we have this user image. Obviously over here you will see it. Now what you can do, we want everything in one line, right? So just little bit you can give padding x to 5. Okay, I think that's much better now. So instead of padding x, I just change to padding left. Okay, so it will be in one line, and here we have the user icon. Okay, so it's similar like the Bolt.New, and here I will just round this corner. So for this image we'll add some styling, rounded as full. Perfect. Okay, so over here now on the click of that we want to open it. So basically you need to use the sidebar hook. So over here we'll say constant toggle sidebar is equal to use sidebar, and then on the click of this image you can just open it. So over here I will also make it cursor pointer, and then I will add on click event with, or we can just call the toggle sidebar and save it. Now if I hover on this one, or sorry, not hover, but if I click on this one, the sidebar is open. If I again click, it will close. Now next we want to add a footer, and as per this mockup we have some option at the footer, right? So in order to add this, first we go to this custom folder. Inside that we'll add footer.jsx file, or we can just rename this to sidebar footer. Okay, then add a default template and save it. Now this sidebar footer you need to add inside the app sidebar under this sidebar footer section. Okay, now over here we don't need this this side group, so I will just comment this out, and inside this sidebar here we'll say sidebar footer. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back here, if I open this, you will see this footer. Right now I will keep this open, otherwise I have to open every time. Okay, so from the provider, I will just make sure it will be true for now. Okay, so here it will be in the open state, and then we want to add that footer. So let me close this and we'll add a side footer. First we'll add some options, so we'll say options. Inside that we'll give name. First is settings. For that one we wanna add an icon as a setting icon from the Lucid React, and then you can add a path as well. I will keep for now as it is, as this is demo application. Okay, then we want to add the help center. So over here we'll say help, or we'll say, I don't know, icon, help circle. Okay, then we want to add my subscription. Over here we say wallet icon, and then the last is sign out. Here we have the logout icon. Perfect. So 4 options I added. Inside this simply I'm gonna iterate these options. So we'll say option dot map. Inside that we'll add option comma index, arrow function, and then div tag. So we are just going to iterate this one by one. Instead of div I will use this button tag. Okay, and then inside that first thing we want to show the icon, so we'll say option dot icon, and this is a Lucid React icon, so and it's a component, so that's the reason I added it as a component. And then simply you can add an option dot name. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. So over here if you see we have this button showing. Okay, so for this button we'll add a class name. First let's make this width to be full, so it will be in a one line. Also I think we gave the padding, I don't know, but let's give some padding. So for this one we'll add padding of 5. We'll also add margin bottom to 10, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Now for this button we'll add a variant as a ghost. Okay, so that it will look like this, say, but we want this all the text on the left hand side. So we have this error saying key, apply the key. Let me apply it, and for this one we'll simply make it flex and justify at the start. Okay, so it will be on the left hand side. Boom, see. Now if you think the padding, I will just decrease it to 5, and I think that's much better. Perfect. Okay, also I'm gonna add some margin Y to 3, so some space between these options, and over here you can able to scroll it, and at this one you can able to see. Okay, if you want to keep this button in the header section, you can also do that. Okay, let's do it, because otherwise when you scroll it, it also getting scrolled. So this button I'm gonna move over here, and let's see how it looks. Only thing that let's give some margin, so margin top to 5. Perfect. And for this, I think we are good anyway. And boom, so you have this button, you have this chart information, and then you have these options as well. Obviously you have option to close those sidebar as well, and now you can just make the sidebar default to false. Okay, perfect. It's time to convert our application into a SaaS, and we're gonna add a two different tier. One is a free tier where we are uh, going to give some tokens for a free, and one is a paid tier where user can buy more token in order to use this application continuously. And if you see on this particular flowchart, whenever user enter the input or AI generated the output, we gonna calculate the tokens depends on how many words are generated. Similar like a ChatGPT, Gemini API or other AI models. And depends on number of words or token generated, then we gonna update into our database in a user's record. Obviously this updated tokens nothing but the user current token minus user use tokens. Okay, and currently inside our user table we don't have the column called token. So first thing we need to add that column called token, and we need to provide some default tokens to use it for a free. So let's do that. So first thing, let me close all of this tab and then go to the Convex folder. Inside that, go to the schema, and inside the user will add a new column called token. Now we need to make this as an optional field. Okay, it's up to you. If you did not make this optional, completely fine, as I already have the user, right? And that's the reason I want to make this as an optional field. And inside that you can provide a type as a number, and that's all. Okay, as soon as you save it, you will see the new column called token is now generated. Now basically currently it's unset. Okay, so you can even provide some default value, something like this. Okay, but whenever user log in or sign in very first time, that time we need to add the token to the user. And basically when user sign in or sign up, right, we are already checking inside the user. So let's go to this create user mutation, and if user is adding a new or if user is new, right, here you can simply provide the token, and default I am going to give, let's say 10,000, or let's say make it 15,000. Okay, so that's a free token we are providing, and that's the reason I provided it as a default value. Let's save this one, and this is the first step that we are already completed. Now the next thing, whenever the user enter the input or user or AI generated some output, we need to calculate the number of tokens it generated, right? So for that one, inside the chart view component, I already added one method called count token. Okay, so in that one we need to provide a string. Okay, so all the paragraphs and everything, and then it will return the length. So I exported this count token so that you can use it in other components as well. So basically when inside this get AI response, once we get the response, right, that time also we are going to calculate the tokens. So over here, let me remove this console, and simply we'll say constant token is equal to count token, and inside this count token I will make sure we'll convert this to stringify if it's not there, and then we'll provide the AI response like this. Okay, now once we get the token, we just need to update the database. Okay, so over here update tokens to database. So let's write this just below to this update tokens method, or this mutation call over here. Now for that one, let's go to this users functions, and inside that we need to write a method. So here we say constant export constant. Here we'll say update token, because this is related to a user table, so that's the reason I'm adding to this same user function. Here we'll say a mutation, because we want to update the record. The arguments that we need to accept, the one which is the token, which is of type number, and then the another is the user ID. So here we'll say user ID as v dot id, and then the table name, which is the users. Then provide the handler, we'll say async with ctx arguments and the arrow functions. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch, because we want to update, and here we need to pass the user ID, because this is the record ID, nothing but the record ID, right? So here we'll say argument dot user ID and the value which we want to update. So in this case we want to update token, so here we'll say argument dot tokens. If you want to return the result, you can just return the result as well, and that's the only method that we can write it. So let's save it, and now this mutation we can use it inside this chat view. So let's define that. So here we'll say constant update tokens is equal to use mutation, and then provide the API, which is update token. Now over here obviously you can update it. So here I will calculate this token, and then we'll minus it from the our users token. So obviously inside the user detail, now we have the new field called token, because we added that new what we call new column, right? So that's the reason. And if just to make sure, this is the number only, okay, and this one also a number only. And once we get the final token, right, so simply here we'll say await update tokens. Inside that you need to provide the argument, the user ID, which we can get it from the user detail dot id, and then the token, nothing but the token, okay, which we calculated over here. Now let's go back to our application. I will refresh this and let's search something here. Let's go back to the home screen and we'll search for the from new. So here we'll say create, or we'll say just create login sign up page. Okay, that's simple as it is, and it generated the output. I'm not sure because we are not consoling any record over here, but if I go to the users table, here you will see now our token is updated, right? Because that much token you already use, and that's the reason it automatically calculated and updated with the remaining tokens. So that's how you need to update it. Okay, same thing you need to implement. So I will just copy this token logic always as well as this update token logic, and you need to implement inside the code view section. So go to the code view, and here we are generating the AI code. At the bottom I'm going to add this. Okay, so first thing I will import this count token, then we want to update this AI response. So first we'll convert this AI response. Okay, that is correct only. And then we have the user token, this update token mutation we need to define. I will just copy it from this chart view. Okay, and I think that's all we needed. And once we have all the information, obviously you have the user detail information as well. Oh, I don't think so we have the user detail, so let's import it quickly. That is very important. So we'll import this user detail context as well, and then save it. Let's go back to our application. Now obviously this is the login screen. Let's see how it generated. Okay, because I am very excited every time. Here let's say add dark theme for this app, and we'll execute this one. Obviously, as soon as you execute, you will see some of the tokens now updated, okay, and your token is decreased, and we'll wait. And also we got the result, but if I go back here, now more token get updated, see, okay, because it's calculate your result, all the files which is generated, and depends on that one we got the response. And here we have the dark theme and the light theme. How cool, right? Our application is perfectly working fine, guys. Okay, and if you are new to this channel, please guys, do not forget to subscribe. Also, if you want to access the source code of all my projects, okay, also you want to track each of the chapter by chapter obviously, so you can always go to the tubegurji.com. Here you will find my all the latest courses, okay, and once you are the member of this particular TubeGurji family, then you will get access completely for a free, okay. Obviously some of the courses are free to everyone, but all my recent courses are free to the members only, so don't forget to join the pro family. So guys, next we're gonna learn how can user buy the tokens with the help of payment gateway, and here we're gonna implement the payment gateway so that user can buy the tokens and can join the subscription. Thank you. Now we are going to add a pricing page or pricing section where user can see that how many token left, and user have option to buy the more tokens. The page layout will look like this, not exact similar because I updated, or I'm going to change this pricing option little bit, and that pricing option I already added inside our lookup. And obviously we also have the free tier where we are giving 50k up to the unlimited, okay, where user can buy the license and we can set up this project for him on his server, okay. So to implement it, first thing you need to do is to create a pricing route. So inside the main we'll create a pricing, and once you're done, make sure to add page.jsx file, add a default template, and I will rename this to pricing. Now on the sidebar, if you remember, let me go to our application, we have this my subscription option. Now once user click on this one, we are going to redirect user to the pricing page. So simply go to the sidebar footer where we have this option called my subscription, and over here I'm gonna add a path, okay. So simply we'll say pricing. Now here we'll add a constant on option click, and I will define the router here is equal to use routers because we are programmatically navigating, and here we'll say path, or just get the complete item, okay. I will just rename this option, and here we'll say just router dot push, and then option dot path, okay. So on that path it will redirect. Now this particular on option click we are going to attach to the button like this, and simply pass the option, okay. Let's save it, and now let me refresh the screen once. So I will open this side navigation bar, let me click on this my subscription, and if you see it's redirected to the pricing page. Perfect, right? Right now just take showing as a pricing. So let's go to this pricing page. Inside here I'm going to add a class name, we'll give margin top to 20. First we'll define the pricing with a P capital. Here I will add a class name, we'll make font bold, text is of 3XL, and save it. Let's increase size little bit, let's make it 5XL. Perfect. After this we want to add this particular text which I already added into the label. So inside the p tag, from the lookup we have this pricing description, and then we'll add a class name. We'll make it text gray 400, and obviously everything we want in the center of the screen. So simply we'll make it flex column, and then item to be in the center. Perfect. If you want to provide the specific width, okay, similar to like this one, you can add that. So for example, if you want to provide a maximum width, let's say XL, you can add that, so it automatically will be in that maximum width. And then you can also mention the text to be in the center. Okay, I will also give margin top to 4. Perfect. Now next thing, we want to show the tokens. Okay, how many tokens are there? So let's do that. So in order to get a token, we already have that in our state called user detail. Here we'll say set user detail is equal to use state. Okay, and obviously we need to mark this page as a client side. So this need to be a context, so make sure instead of square bracket just add a curly braces, and here use context. We'll use user detail context, and then simply maybe we can add it after this div, after this p tag. Let's add a div, and inside the div we'll add s2 tag with user detail dot token, and if I go back you will see these tokens. Perfect. Now obviously we will say token left, and also I'm gonna add a span tag so that we can apply some styling only to this particular text, and here we'll say token left. We'll add a class name font bold. Perfect. Let's increase the font little bit. So we'll say class name text large. Okay, and obviously I'm going to wrap this, so we'll add a class name. We'll add a padding to 4. We'll add a border. We'll make it rounded XL, and save it. We'll make it more padding actually. I'll make it 5 for now. After that we also want to add a text called let me go to this design, need more token, upgrade your plan below. Okay, so need more token, upgrade your plan below. Here I will just make this font medium, and then I think that's good enough, but we want these things on the right and this one on the left side. So we'll add a class name width to full, and we'll make it flex justify between. I don't think so that's work. Okay, so we added to incorrect div, so we are supposed to add to this particular div. Perfect. Okay, right now if you see this width, it is up to this point only. Okay, but let's apply width over here as a full, and if you see now it's too much, right? But obviously we need to give some padding to complete div. So over here we'll give a padding to 10. On the medium screen we'll give padding to 32. On large screen we'll give padding X to 48, and I think that's pretty good. Okay, then we'll give some margin from the top. Here we'll add margin top to 7 and makes item to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, and that's how your this particular section is ready. I will just change the background color to similar like chart bubble. So over here we'll add a style. We'll make it background color as colors dot let's say chart background. Okay, that's, or I'm not sure whether do we have anything. Let's add a background. I think this is good. Next we have this option, and these are the 4 options that we need to add. And I will just move this pricing little up because we already give the margin top, so I will make it this to 10 so that we can able to add the pricing easily. So for pricing, I'm going to create a components under this custom, and here we'll say pricing model.jsx. Add a default template, and this pricing model section I'm going to add over here. Perfect. Now let's go to this pricing model. First thing, we'll give some margin top to, let's say, 10. Then we have the lookup, and we just need to iterate the value. So here we'll say lookup dot pricing options dot map. Here we'll say pricing comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we are going to add a div, and then we'll add an h2 tag for the this particular text, okay, which is the title. So we'll simply add pricing dot name, okay, it's called name, and then we'll add a font bold text, let's say 2XL, and save it. Obviously we need to make this as a bold. I think we already did it. Okay, now for this div we'll make it grid column 2 on the smaller screen, or make it 1. Then on the medium screen we'll make grid column 2, on large screen we'll make grid column 3, and Excel screen will make grid column 4. Okay, and if you see right now the 4 column is showing because our screen size is extra large. And over here also I'm going to add some gap. Then for this div, let's add a border. We'll add a padding to 4, and then after this pricing, similar to this one, we want to add the number of how many tokens that we are using. So simply we'll say h2 pricing. Okay, so I write incorrect word over here. I will just update this one. Dot we'll say tokens, and here we'll say tokens. Okay, so add a class name, font medium, and text larger, something like this, right? I think that's pretty good. Obviously we all the things we can keep as it is because on the left hand side, right? And then we have this description over here. We'll make it flex column so that we can apply some gap. Okay, and then we can add a description in a p tag. We'll say pricing dot description. Over here we'll add a class name. We'll make it text gray 400 and save it. Perfect. Okay, and the last we want to add the cost. Okay, so cost right now I'm adding in the in a dollar. Okay, so let's add that too. So here we'll add pricing dot price, and here we add class name, font bold, text is of 4XL, and here we'll add a dollar sign. I want to make this text in the center, so we'll make it as a center, and also we are going to add some margin top 6. Perfect. Okay, for this particular border let's add more padding, and also we'll make rounded XL. Okay, and then at the last we want to add a button. So over here we'll add a button, and we'll call upgrade to, and then we want to give the title, so upgrade to pricing name. and we'll say upgrade to free, starter, upgrade to pro, upgrade to unlimited license, and so on. Okay, and one more thing, that if I go to the inspect panel and change the layout, you will see is completely responsive. That's how easily we build this pricing page. Okay, no logic, just we fetch the number of tokens user have and then we just display it. Now, in order to add the payment gateway into our application, we are going to use a PayPal payment gateway. PayPal is widely available throughout the different or all the countries, and you don't have any restriction. Just for development purpose, you can go to this developer.paypal.com. If you have a business, just upload the documents and change this sandbox to live mode so that you can immediately go in a live in a second. Also, once you are on the PayPal dashboard, you will see this API credential. Okay, just click on this one, and if you don't have an app, create a new app, and then you will get this client ID and the secret key. Okay, that is very important. So I will copy this PayPal client ID, and let's go to this .env.local file, and inside here we'll add next_public PayPal client ID, and we'll paste this client ID because we need it later on. Next thing, in order to integrate it inside the React, we are going to use this PayPal React PayPal JS library, which is quite popular and is updated from a long time. Okay, so you don't need to worry about the anything. Also, if you see the weekly download, there are a lot of downloads. So just copy this PayPal npm package and simply inside the terminal make sure to install this. After this, the first thing you need to do is to wrap your application inside this PayPal script provider. Okay, and then you have to provide this client ID. So let's copy this, go to your provider, and then I'm going to add let's add inside this after this auth provider. Okay, something like this. Perfect. And over here you need to provide the client ID. So we'll provide process.env dot, and I will just copy the environment key, which is this next public PayPal client ID. Okay, and then save it. Now make sure your application is running smoothly and you don't have any issue. Obviously, if you see, you need to import this PayPal script provider. So just do make sure to import this, so like this. Okay, and save it, and you have to make sure your application is running smoothly. If you see we have an error which is regarding the key. Okay, that is not regarding the PayPal, but inside this pricing model we forgot to add a key as an index over here. Okay, and now we are good on this. Perfect. Next thing, if you scroll down, you can use this button anywhere. Okay, where you want to use it. So for example, let's copy this button and simply go to your PayPal or pricing model, and once you copy, I think I forgot, let's copy this and simply paste it here. Okay, so right now I will just comment this our button code and we'll keep this PayPal button. Make sure to import this PayPal button and then save it. As soon as you save it and you go to this pricing, you will see this PayPal option. Perfect, right? And if you click on this PayPal, you will open the PayPal payment gateway where you have an option to pay with the PayPal, or you also have option to pay with a debit and credit card. If I click on this one, it will redirect me to this particular page where you can add the card numbers, billing details and everything. But wait, if you see the pricing is showing 0.01, that is not correct, right? Because we want to get the pricing, whatever the pricing we have. Okay, so that pricing we need to add it. Now inside this PayPal button, first thing that we need to do is to create an order with this particular amount, okay, and the currency. So it's quite easy. Go to this PayPal button and inside here you need to write on the create order. Okay, you will get this suggestion. Inside that you need to add data comma actions and arrow function. Then we'll say return actions actions dot order dot create. Okay, and then after this we'll add a purchase unit. Inside that you can provide some basic detail like amount. Here we'll add an amount with a value. Now whatever the value user select, right? So in this case simply I will say pricing dot price. Okay, and then we'll add a currency code which is USD. Okay, so these two fields are very important. Once this order is created, right, so you will get the exact value. Now along with that one, it also have on approve method. Okay, on approve will call the on success. If the payment is successful, then this on approve method will call. Here we'll say on payment success, and obviously we're gonna write this method so that after successful payment we can update the user tokens. And also it has a method called on cancel. So right now on cancel I will just console log. Okay, and we'll say payment cancelled, and let's save it. Now if I go back, I will refresh this screen once, and if I select any amount, let's select this 9.99. I will open, the PayPal is opening. We'll click on this pay with a debit and credit card, and in this case you will see the amount which is 9.99. Perfect, right? So it means our order is created successfully. Now the next step is once you make a payment, okay, you will see that your payment is successfully, and it will call this method. Now on this method you need to update the tokens. So in order to update, first we'll get the user detail, and obviously for those user we want to update that user ID, we need it. So here we'll say user context and user detail context. Also inside the use effect, or let's do one thing, not here, but if the user is not there, we can simply disable this PayPal button. So here we'll say if not user detail, then it will disable this PayPal button, because user has to log in it before buying it, right? And once we have the user detail, simply we already have the tokens information, right? So here we'll say token is equal to user detail dot token, and we have to add with a new token which user just buy. Now we get to know which token user buy it, right? So we'll say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state, and inside this state whenever user click on any of this option, we need to save that. Okay, maybe we can pass that value through this on payment success. So over here we can just pass the pricing information, so instead of this particular state, and then once we have the pricing, here we'll simply add pricing dot price. Okay, so that's correct, perfect. Or not price, I think it's a value. Okay, so token value we need to add and make sure it's a number. Okay, and this will be a number only, and then we have the token. I will just console this token as well, and then we'll use the mutation. So here we'll say constant update token is equal to use mutation. Here we'll say API dot users dot update token, because we already have that one, and then simply we'll say await update token, and inside that we need to simply pass the arguments which you want to update, the token as a token, and then user ID as user detail dot underscore ID. Let's make this async and then save it. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. I think we are good, and I think we can able to test this one as well. So in order to test it, right, with the test card, right, you don't need to test with your real card until unless you are going live. So here you can just search PayPal testing or testing card, something like this, and here you will see this card testing, right? Now depends on your country and everything, you can just go over here, select the card type, select the country of region, and then it will generate the dummy card number and everything. Okay, so I'm going to test this now. So let's copy this, go back to your application and select the starter pack. Over here I will pay with a debit and credit card. Then you need to add the card number, then expiry date and the CVV, and then we'll add a billing address. And once you add all the information, simply click pay now. Now once it just corrected my address, so that's good. But once it is successful, then we will get to know whether our logic is working or not. So it's saying thanks, but we got an error unfortunately. And if you see, it's saying object missing user ID. Okay, so that's pretty weird. But if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, so okay, so pricing model we have done NaN. That means we are not getting the exact value that what we are looking for. So somehow this pricing is not getting passed from here. Okay, so I will just remove this pricing. And another thing that we will enable this selected option. So over here we'll say selected option dot value, and obviously we'll set it so whenever user click on this one, obviously it will click on this div only, and we'll simply set the value. Okay, also I will just make sure that it is executing. So I will just write console.log pricing dot, let's say, value, and save it. Okay, now if I go to this inspect panel and go to the console, let me refresh this, and still we are not getting the console until unless if you click somewhere on the div. So let's move this the on click to this PayPal button. Okay, and if I save it, let me refresh this, and if I click on this one, you will see that amount is displaying, right? This is good. Obviously I will copy this card details and we'll pay with the debit and credit card. We'll enter some details. So over here we'll add 0429, and then we want to add the CVV, which is I believe 387. Then we'll add some details, and after that I will click pay now. Okay, and click continue, and we'll see whether it's successful or not. And it looks like we don't have any error, so it looks like it's successful. Let's check the database. So for that user, if you see, the token now increases that particular amount, right? And if I refresh this, not this one, if I refresh this one, right, you will see the token now change. Perfect, right? So it means this PayPal integration is working perfectly fine now. So make sure that at every step you will console, so that in order to verify that you are getting the expected input and output and everything. Next, when user don't have token, we need to restrict user to generate any new response, or we will restrict user to chat with our chat box. Okay, so to do that, let's go back to our application and inside the chat view, okay, where we have the input. So let's go to that. So over here, if you remember, we have this chart view, and then inside this input section, on the click of this arrow, we are calling this on generate. Now inside this on generate, we will check if user has the valid token or not. So simply inside here we'll say user detail dot token is greater than, let's say, 10. Okay, at least minimum 10 token. Then, or we'll say less than is 10 token, then we'll simply return nothing. But in this case we need to show with some notification. So for that one, I'm going to use a SAAS notification. Oh, sorry, this is the SAAS toaster. Okay, so in order to use toast, we're gonna use this sonar component. Okay, so this component is very easy to integrate. So first, let's copy this one, and in the example, if you see, this is how it will look like. So simply add the sonar, then you need to add this toaster inside your main layout file. So go to the layout file, inside here we'll add this toaster component from the component sonar, and once you add that one, here you can write toast from the sonar, and you can write a message inside that. So here we can say you don't have enough token to generate. You don't have enough token. I think that's enough. Okay, and that's all you need to write. That's all, and save it. So in this case as well, and as well as on the home screen. So if I go to the home screen, so obviously that's a landing screen. So inside this custom component where we have this sign in, not sign in, but we have the hero section, and inside the hero, after checking this one, we'll check this condition as well. Okay, and I believe we already have this user information. Now another important thing we need to update, as soon as you're updating the token, make sure to update the context. Okay, because in many cases, let's take an example in chart view, right, where we are updating the tokens over here as soon as user generate the response. So in this case, you also need to make sure you will update the user detail. So in order to update, is quite easy. You can say previous value as it is, and inside this, let's write previous value comma token as a token. Okay, you need to wrap inside this circular braces. So you just updating this field. Same thing, I'm gonna copy to code view where we are generating and updating the tokens. Perfect. Okay, so this is important, so it will also keep updated our context. Okay, so even though you did not refresh your screen, still it has the updated value. Now we want to download this project, and we need to give this functionality where user can download a complete project including all the files, and also we are also giving an option to deploy your application so that you can just share the link with your friends and he can access your project directly. Okay, and for that one we are going to use a sandpack client instance, sorry, and obviously from the sandpack from the documentation you will find this sandpack client instance and how to create and everything. Okay, but before that, let me show you how can we achieve this particular functionality. Let's consider this is the app which we made it, okay, which is kind of similar to YouTube clone, and if you see, it has a some functionality where you can add a comment, you have this beautiful sidebar and a lot of other things that you can access it. Now if you want to view this code or download this code, you will see this button called open sandbox. Just click on this one and it will open your complete project inside this code sandbox, and on this one you will see all your files, your project is running, and over here you will see your project is running on this URL. Now the question is, how can we get this URL so that you can open it and share it with your friends? Also from this icon you can also download your project. Okay, so it's very easy to download, and once I click on this one, your project is downloaded with the complete files. Cool, right? So these are the things that we need to take care of in order to add this functionality. Now I already added two buttons in the header. One is export, one is deploy, and one is for user profile. On the click of this one, you will see it's opening the sidebar. Perfect, right? Now let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do, we need to move the sandpack preview in a different component. So we have this component called sandpack preview, and we'll move to this different component. So let's go back to the our components where we have this code view, and inside the code view, if you remember, we have this sandpack preview, correct? So let's move this one. So I will get a new component and we'll call it as a sandpack preview client.jsx. Now let's add a default template. Then we need to just cut this from here and we'll paste it inside this. Okay, make sure to import this sandpack preview, and then this particular component you need to add in sandpack preview client component. Okay, and save it. Now currently if you go to our application, you will not see any changes. Obviously we have this error. So let's go back. I think we don't need this slash component, so make sure it just code sandbox slash sandpack react. Okay, and if you see, our code is now running as expected. Now next thing we need to do is we need to add a reference to this one. Okay, and so that we can also mention that reference using this use reference hook. So simply I will bring this down and I will add this reference, and over here we'll mention preview reference is equal to use reference. Okay, make sure to import this hook, and along with that one we need to import this use sandpack hook. Okay, so let's add this one as well. Make sure to import this sandpack hook and then save it. Now from this sandpack hook, as per the documentation, inside the use effect you need to call this one and need to get this client and the client ID. Okay, so basically right now we don't need this client ID, we'll just get the client because that is what we are looking for. So inside this constant we'll create a method, we'll say get sandpack client and the arrow function, and simply I will copy this, and inside we will say if client, then we'll console log the client. Okay, we'll see whether we are getting client or not, and this particular method we're gonna call inside the use effect. Okay, when the sandpack is available, right? So whenever this sandpack is ready and ready to preview, it means it will automatically call this use effect and it will call this particular method. Let's save this one and let's test this out in the console whether we are getting or not. Okay, now for that one, first go to the console and make sure to you are on the preview page, and inside the console you will see on the line 16 we are getting the client information. Perfect. Now after this we will call one method. Okay, so if you go to this documentation and here inside this sandpack client we have one method called get code sandbox URL. Okay, so this is how you can get it, and in that one it will return the sandbox ID, editor URL and embedded URL. So let's go back. I will just copy this method, and inside our application we'll simply say constant result is equal to await. We'll say client dot get sandbox URL. Now we use await. Let's make this as async and we'll console the result. Okay, and save it. Now once you are on the preview page, and if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, over here you will find the object, and inside this object you will see the editor URL, embedded URL and the sandbox ID as well. Okay, now with the help of this one, on the button click we need to call this particular URL. Okay, and for the deploy we are going to use sandbox ID in order to open our application. So obviously this particular component and these buttons are on different components, right? This is the header component, this is the workspace page, and the question is how can we connect these two things together? Basically we need to call this method, okay, in order to on the click of this button. Okay, so for that one we are going to use a context, and we're going to update the context whenever user click the button. So let's do that. Go to this context folder, and here I will add action context.jsx. Here we'll say export constant action context is equal to create context. So we created this method, save it, and then you need to wrap your application. So go to this provider. Here we'll say action context dot provider, and obviously we'll provide the default value as well, and we'll add over here. Okay, now for the default value we'll create a new state, and here we'll say action and set action. Okay, let's copy and let's make sure to pass to this particular provider and save it. Now inside the header, let's go to this header page. So inside this header page, on the click of this two button, we need to call the method. Okay, obviously first we'll import this context. So here we'll say constant action set action is equal to use context, and here we'll say action context, and obviously we'll write a method. We'll say constant on action button, I will say, and the arrow function. Okay, it will say action name, whether it's a deploy, whether it's a export, and simply add an on click method on both the button. So we'll say on click, and inside that we'll call on action button. Okay, and here we'll pass the action name as the export. Same thing I'm gonna do it for the deploy as well. So we'll add on click method, and simply here we'll say deploy. Okay, now once we have this action, we're gonna update this context. Okay, but in that one I'm gonna pass the action, whatever the action we have. Okay, and after that I'm also going to, or here we'll say action type, because I don't want to confusion between this context and this field. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass the time stamp. Okay, the reason that we want to add the timestamp here, let me add it first, then I will explain you. Dot to string, or we can make it, keep it like this. Now it might possible that user can click these two button twice, three button or thrice or whatever, right? And we have to make sure our context getting updated, right? Because on that one we are going to execute that particular method, and in order to make the changes we're gonna pass the timestamp, because timestamp every time is different, right? It will give you the current time along with the millisecond, second, whatever. So that's the reason I'm passing this information. So don't be confused on this part. Obviously we don't need any, or we are not using this field, but just for the update purpose we are passing this. Now let's save this one, and let's go to the Sandpack preview client, and inside here make sure to import the context called action context, and then whenever the action changes we're gonna call this particular method. Okay, so or maybe we can call to directly use effect, because it doesn't make sense just to call on the Sandpack. Okay, so we can add a condition and then we'll say action. Okay, so if the action is happened, then only we'll execute this get Sandpack. So right now let's save it, and let's see whether until this point everything is working as expected. Now I will go to the console, and here I will go to this preview. So right now as soon as I go into the preview, you will see no changes. It's not consoling anything. But if I click on any of the button, you will get the result. See, if I click deploy, you are getting result. Okay, so that's how we are controlling this client result. Now on this part depends on whether user click a deploy button or export button, we need to take an action. So first we'll say if action is equal to not action but action dot action type is equal to deploy, then we'll simply open the URL, okay, on a new tab. So over here we'll say result, let me dot, let me get what is this. So this need to be a editor URL, not editor, the sandbox ID, and for the sandbox we need to obviously create the URL. So let me go over here and let me show you how to get this URL. So if you see, this is the URL, okay, every time it will open this URL. So just you need to update the, so for now I will say like this, okay, but over here you need to replace with the sandbox ID. So we'll say result dot and the sandbox ID, the sandbox ID. I will just make sure that spelling is correct, perfect. And else if action dot action type is equal to export, then we are going to open this editor URL, okay. So here we'll say window open result dot editor URL. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's click, okay, so it's refreshing. Let's click deploy. So if I click on deploy, nothing is happening because right now we are on the not on the preview section, so that's the reason it was not showing. But now if I click deploy, it will opening on the new window, and then you will see your application over here. And over here your application is now ready. It's taking a couple of seconds to load it, but yeah, it's there, okay. And obviously everything, all the flow, everything will be deployed, and this is the URL which you can share with your friends, family, okay. Now another thing we need to do is the export. Now for the export, if you click on this export button, it will open this particular code sandbox where you have option to download this particular project, okay. So currently that's the only way that you can do it, okay, in order to download. Also, one more important thing that we need to make sure that whenever you click on these buttons, right, make sure to change this view to the preview, okay, so that you can also handle with the same condition, okay. So from whenever the action changes or this context change, you can just update the tab, okay, the active tab. So over here you can add that condition. So I will first add this context, make sure to import this action context, and then I will just make sure that we use the toggle over here, yeah, active tab bubble, that's correct. So over here we'll add this use effect, and whenever the action changes, okay, so make sure you will add this in a square bracket, then set the active tab to preview, okay, and then save it. Now whenever user come on this particular page, and if you share this particular URL with your friends, okay, but if user is not logged in, we are not allow user to see this particular workspace. So we need to implement that particular functionality where we can avoid user to see the workspace if user is not authenticated to our application. So for that one, simply go to the provider, and obviously once you define in the provider, it is applicable to all, okay. And here if user is not there, we are just returning empty. So over here we also make sure that we'll send user back to the home screen. So let's define a router. So over here we'll say constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and then inside here we'll simply add router dot push, and inside here we'll add the home route, okay, and then save it. Now let's copy this particular URL and let me open in incognito window, right, where user is not logged in. And if I click enter, as soon as user open that particular URL, it will redirect you to the home page, right, until and unless you are not signed in to our application. Obviously we added this sign in functionality even though if you try to enter or do something, so that is very important. So make sure to add this particular fix into your code. Now the next part is to deploy our application on the cloud so that other user can see. So for that one, first thing we are going to push our code to the GitHub, and after that with the help of Vercel we are going to deploy it for free on the cloud. So let's go to the GitHub and we'll create a new repo. So inside this github.com we'll add a repository name, we'll call it as a Bolt clone, okay, and here we'll say 2.0. Then we'll mark it as a private and then create repo. Once you create, make sure to set the remote origin to this particular repo. So open a terminal. I will initialize the git by using the command git init. Then we'll set the origin. Then we'll commit all the changes, or sorry, we need to add the or stage all the changes first, and then we'll commit this. Here we'll say initial commit and then simply push it. Okay, now if you are pushing very first time, so make sure to push with this particular command, and after that if I go back and if I refresh this particular repo, you will see just now we update or push the changes and it is available on GitHub. Now let's go to this Vercel.com, and here if you don't have an account, create a new account, then press this add new project option. Here you can connect your GitHub repo if you did not connect it before, and simply on this section you will find your newly push project. So make sure to click on the import button. Here you can give the project name. I will just add Bolt clone 2, and inside this environment variable you need to paste all the environment key which we have. So from this .env.local file I will just copy this one and will paste it inside this. Okay, now one more thing that we need to do, we also need to make sure that our Convex will be in production mode. Currently when we are developing our application, our Convex is in development mode and we need to update it to the production. So simply click on this Bolt.New clone and then production deployment, and then you will find this production section. Simply go to the settings. Under the setting we have this option called project setting, and from that project setting just scroll down little bit and you need to generate the production deploy key. Click on this. Here you can give the production deployment key. We'll say Bolt.New production. Okay, and then click save. As soon as you create it, just copy this production key and then you need to go back. Let's add a new environment variable, and from the Convex documentation the key need to be Convex deploy key. So I will copy this Convex deploy key and we'll paste it here. And one more change that we need to do is if I click on this build and output setting, you need to override this build command. Okay, so click on this option so that you can add your own command. So from the Convex documentation where I am going to add a documentation link, from there we just copy this npx convex deploy command along with this particular npm run build command. Okay, so this is build command, we need to add it. Simply inside the Vercel I will just paste it here like this, and simply click deploy after adding this environment variable. Okay, this is very important, and I will click deploy. Now if you get any error while deployment, make sure to check the build logs, and depends on the error just fix it and deploy it again. So we'll wait to finish this deployment, and if you see our application is now deployed successfully. Let's go to the dashboard section, and this is the URL from where you can access our application. That's pretty good. And anytime if you want to update any environment variable, go to the setting and under this environment variables you can update it. Now if I go to our application and try to sign in, if I search something right and sign in with Google, it giving me the access block error. The reason is inside our cloud Google Cloud Console under the authentication we are not allowing this particular domain. So copy this domain and under the credential section we have this Bolt.New authentication which we created previously. Here make sure to add the origin. So add this URL, and also over here the redirect URL. So same, I will copy and save it. Okay, and hopefully now it will work. So we'll test this out now. So over here now, if I go to the sign in, and over here if you see, now I can able to sign in with my account, and after successful sign in I can able to create any application. So let's go and create this login and sign up screen, and if you see, it's generating. Also I can able to access this all the chart. On the sidebar you will find all the information, and obviously currently I'm on the production mode, so that's the reason all the chart is not showing, because that was on the development or in dev environment mode, right? So in the Convex you can every time you can switch to production to deployment, and that's the very cool feature. If I go to this data in the production mode, you will see just one user and the one workspace. Simply if you see, we have this beautiful code. Now on the Convex side as well, you will see our data is getting inserted. So that's how guys you can deploy your application, and now you can share this particular URL with your friends. You can also test this application by clicking the link in the description, so you can check it while you are developing side by side.